Tēnā koutou katoa no mai haere mai ki wai takari tamaki makaro. Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Sir Graeme Douglas International presented by Harcourts, Coopers and Co. My name is Nigel Yolden. Great to be working alongside the Olympian Sarah Cowley-Ross and the coach Hayden Sherman, as well as the outstanding team from the Stream Shop. We have got yet another great 5-6 hours worth of track and field action for you, which will bring down the curtain, Hayden Sherman, of what's been just an absolutely outstanding track and field summer around Aotearoa. You have been in the scene for so long. Have you seen a summer like it? It just seems like every week someone's doing a national record or someone's breaking a PB, or, as we saw last weekend, someone's punching a ticket to a world championship. What have you made of this wonderful summer that we've had? Great to be working with you again.
Absolutely. Kia ora Nigel, and kia ora everyone who's tuning in. Great to have your company. And yeah, like you say, it's the climax to what has been just an all-time summer. And it feels like every summer gets a little bit better in terms of athletics. And look, led by Zoe Hobbs, who's just been running out of her skin, and it's wonderful to see. She's inspiring an absolute generation of not just sprinters, but athletes and sportswomen, and particularly the young girls looking up and say, "Wow, we've got a 10-second something sprinter." But you add to the exploits of Sam Tanner and Geordie Beamish and Connor Bell and Hamish Kerr, and the list goes on in terms of those Kiwis who are just pushing the limits, and we're going to see some more limits pushed tonight.
Well, we saw a really wonderful event on Saturday night in the Sydney Track Classic where we saw the aforementioned Zoe Hobbs yet again go under 11 seconds, but this time with an acceptable win behind us, so that national record now at 10.97. We saw a bunch of other really good performances as well. Now some of the Aussies are going to come over here, and I suspect, Hayden Sherman, as we look at this very good field for the men's pole vault, you just saw another very good field as well for the women's long jump. You just get the sense that the Aussies, I don't know if they'll be too stoked with some of the Kiwis going over there and stealing a bit of their thunder at one of their premier events as they get ready for their national championships at the end of the year.
Well, this is one of the great things about COVID borders now being open, and it's wonderful to be welcoming our Aussie sisters and brothers over the Tasman, but also a really great contingent of Japanese athletes, particularly distance runners, but we'll also see some sprinters and some athletes from Canada and the States joining us. But on the screen we've got the reigning five-time national long jump champion, Mariah Ridanui, getting her day underway in the long jump. So just testing out, having a feel for this very strong tailwind, which will be blowing her into the sandpit here at Waitakere. But yeah, the Aussies, at their national champs last year, the Kiwi girls went over and swept the floor of all the sprint titles, so the 100, 200, 400 and 4x100. So they will be sniffing blood, and it'll be great to see those matchups. Keep an eye out in particular for the relays coming up later tonight, though. They will be electric. Big chances of national records, in particularly the 4x100 women's. But look, it's going to be an action-packed afternoon, evening.
Well, you see Max Atwell, there's Mariah Ruanui. Just mentioning as well there with regards to that women's 4x100 metre relay team, Summerfield, Elliott, Hulls, Hobbs in that particular event. As there we see Max Atwell, one of our leading exponents of the men's decathlon, and there is Ruanui, who's been in very good form again. We're going to say that a lot throughout the course of this coverage. There's just been absolutely outstanding form from a lot of New Zealand's leading athletes over the course of this really strong summer.
Straight away, Mariah right out towards that 6 metre mark to begin. And she's had a bit of a frustrating summer right up until the national champs, where she turned on the form right when she needed it and picked up that third national title in a row.
You see the bar for the men's pole vault. It's Ruben Vogel there. I guess that's going to be a little tricky when you look at that particular breeze. You talk about it coming quite strong down the home straight at the backs of the long jumpers, as you point out, Hayden. Of course, that's a massive crosswind for our pole vaulters. How tricky is that going to make it for them in their competition this evening? I suppose, does that mean heights might not be the sort of levels that we'd love to see.
Yeah, and you can see the socks there just hanging a little limp. The big factor, of course, is they've got this 4-metre pole, which is being blown sideways as they're approaching the bar. So Max Atwell, Ruben Vogel successful on their first attempts. So that's good signs early on as we jump back to the long jump.
That's Charlotte Goldsmith with her first attempt. 5 metres 86 for Mariah Ruranui. There's other very good competitors. We've got the Clarks, Tomisha and Talia from Australia. Anna Grimaldi's going to be in there as well. Brianna Stevenson. So, as I say, it's a small but very high quality field for the women's long jump to get the Sir Graham Douglas International underway. Of course, this is a continental bronze level meeting. So, good points. Of course, everyone looking to Budapest and also Paris next year. That's just on about 500 days away as well. So
yeah, it's approaching very fast. And in this long jump competition, really good to have these 3 Aussie girls, all mid-6 jumpers. So it'll be definitely a case of, can the Kiwis keep a tab on the Aussies? And there we see Maguire just running over that one. Maybe got blown down the runway a little bit too strong with this reasonably strong tailwind behind them, as we see Max in the pole vault and hitting the eject button on that one.
I suspect we're going to see that a fair bit, just given that breeze, as we say, just blowing directly across. But of course, another event we'll be looking forward to as much as we enjoy watching the lads do the pole vault as well. An extraordinary day last Saturday. For those of you maybe who weren't aware of it, we saw Olivia McTaggart do a personal best by 6 centimetres and a World Championship qualifier. We saw a PB for Imogen Eris, but equally exciting as well, Eliza McCartney starting to sneak her way back into those sort of Eliza-y levels that we've come to know.
Definitely getting back to the Eliza-y levels for sure.
This is Tamisha Clark.
So she's got a personal best of 6:49, season's best of 6:19. So first round, and just navigating this West Auckland breeze that is blowing them into that sandpit.
So how hard is it, Hayden, to get the gauge in terms of trying to judge that breeze and how far it's pushing you? Because obviously it's going to make you a little bit quicker on the runway. How hard is it in terms of getting that adjustment? Is it like 1-2 jumps?
Well, you'll see a lot of these athletes will stand there with their hands out just feeling for the breeze, and they'll often wait for it to die down. But it can often be those athletes that have the longer run-up. More chance for things to go wrong. So if you have that shorter approach, then there's less chance for that breeze to suddenly pick up, as we see potentially Ruben dealing with a bit of that breeze.
It's almost like he looked at the breeze and said, damn you stuffed me there royally.
And here's one of the superstars of this event, one of the superstars of New Zealand athletics, Anna Grimaldi, 2-time Paralympic long jump champion. Here she comes, first round jump for Anna. Looked pretty good on the board.
I say she looked very good on the board, very powerful.
And
that's a
that,
great start.
To me, could be a competition leader. At the moment, we've got Mariah sitting out front with a 5.86. Charlotte Goldsmith, the under-18 New Zealand champ, with a 5.60, but definitely, probably looking at millimetres to spare with that jump on the board. So, great opening jump from Anna.
So Ruben Vogel's going to have another crack. This time again, just trying to gauge that wind. Great young talents coming through. Let's do pull pin on that one.
So 4.52 is the height on that pole vault.
Anna Grimaldi going 1 centimetre ahead of Mariah Ruranui with a 5.87. This is Talia Clark out of Australia.
So we've got Tamisha and Talia. Unsure whether they're sisters. Chances are they are. We might need them right next to each other.
Well, based on that, you would suspect that there might be some family resemblance there. Here is Max Atwell. confirmation from the wonderful Steve Landells of Athletics New Zealand that yes, they are siblings. Well, this is going to be a real challenge there. You see the height of the bar at 4 metres 52. Max recently with a personal best of 482. So here is Ruranui.
You can see the way she's a great exponent of just poising herself, feeling for that wind, just waiting for that right moment. She'll have a minute, so there's no need to rush this. Just wait for that perfect time where you're feeling like the wind's where I want it to be, around about 1.9 metres per second ideally. And here she goes, round number 2 for Mariah, our reigning national champion.
Well over the board. That's what I guess you're alluding to with trying to get that gauge. You want to hit it so hard. Ruben Vogel, another one with the bar now at 452, and you could see the outward frustration here, Hayden. I guess this is one of the things that when you're a pole vaulter, you have days like this. You've just got to kind of accept it, as challenging as it is, that is going to have an impact on what you're trying to do today.
Absolutely. The wind is always a factor. And for this particular ground, the northerly or nor'easter, as I think it is tonight, is a crosswind for these athletes, whereas often it'll either be a tail or a headwind. Ideally a tail. Is a good jump from Charlotte Goldsmith. And up he goes, pulling out on this occasion. So frustrating day for Ruben.
As I say, we've got the men's pole vault and the women's long jump. Following at about 6:15, it's going to be the men's shot put. And, a nice wee late entry from Tom Walsh, meaning we get to see Tom try and exact a little bit of revenge for Jacko winning his first ever national title down in Wellington. Just a matter of a fortnight ago with that wonderful meeting. Men's long jump, women's pole vault, women's shot as well. Here's Atwell.
Oh, he was hoping that would stick, but it doesn't. And Max, the bronze medalist from the national champs. Now Maguire, we saw her just pull out, but look at that. That could be the first leap beyond the 6 metre mark. Impressive from Maguire. Looks like she's found the rhythm, found the feel for this New Zealand breeze.
Started off with a 5 metre, 8 centimetre leap. Beautiful on the board.
So she's been over 645 times this year. So definitely be starting as the favourite.
6 metres 31.
Right. The bar has been raised.
That is a big marker laid down by Annie Maguire.
Here's Ruben. Up, no. And I believe that'll be his third attempt at 4:52. So the 2-time under 20 champ could well have his day done and dusted now.
Tamisha Clark. So that's 6:31 for Maguire. She's been over 6:40 in 5 competitions already this year. It's very consistent. She's got a PB of 6:49, season's best of 6 metres 43. So very consistent jumping as Tamisha Clark moves into 4th with a leap of 5 metres 84.
Interesting. Anna Grimaldi's just 4 centimetres off her lifetime best, so she's in good form, which is promising signs for later this year with the Para Athletics Championship coming up in the Northern Hemisphere summer. And there you can see on screen the link to, and here is Anna steaming down the runway. Gets the red flag this time. But yeah, you can follow all the results. The link will just be in the description below your live feed. So open that up in another browser on your phone and you can follow the results as we see them come through. You have one tab for your field events, one tab for your track events.
This is the voice of experience, by the way, when it comes to how to multi-screen your track and field events. Listen to the coach, Hayden Sherman. He's got you covered, absolutely.
It's an art form.
Some may say a science as well. Yeah. Etienne de Pree trying to master this really tough cross breeze at the moment.
Well, you can see there the sideways movement that he had coming in. That pole just sending him to the left.
Back to the long jump, and this is Delia Clark. He's got her timing slightly off of their first one. That's better. White flag. It's a much better jump. Her first was 469, but she just really mistimed that one. And that there a far better jump. So at the moment it is Eddie Maguire. 5.97 there for Delia Clark. We see at the moment Atwell and Vogel over at 4.32 in the men's pole vault. See Southgate. Nathan Philippic from Canada. Great to have the Canadian involvement. Demedio as well from Australia.
I think this is Nathan now from Canada with the best of 540 from last year. Oh, Demedio, sorry.
That's one of our visitors from Australia. And there we see Ian Rudanui. Hands. So experienced. Rudanui, as Hayden pointed out before, a 5-time national champion. Also doesn't mind the big stage either, the big moment, and that's always good for a jumper to have that sort of weapon in your arsenal. Ian oversteps again though.
Yeah, the key for Mariah is getting that run up. She's had some issues with it this year, as most horizontal jumpers do in New Zealand, just getting that run up right. She's had a couple of competitions where she's left it to the third round, as we see Etienne de Pree go clear.
And that must be the frustrating thing, because I think remembering back to where was it? Porritt.
Yeah,
I think she only had 2 counting jumps. Everything else was a foul, but the 2 counting jumps were like both over 6 metres.
Yeah.
And so we know when she gets it right, the distance is most definitely there. But it must be so frustrating for an athlete in this particular event. And then again, you've got to throw on top of it as well the wind sort of just putting things out a little bit, making things a bit awkward as well. There's Demedio.
Second attempt for Demedio. Second miss at 4.72. We just saw Charlotte Goldsmith, who has 2 560s to her name today. So consistent for the under-18 athlete coming up, and great opportunity for her to take on the best in New Zealand and the senior women coming across the Tasman from Australia. You know, having the Oceania champ here. It's a great opportunity for a young athlete to rub shoulders with these ladies.
With an athlete like the one on your screen right now, and Annie Maguire, who's been jumping so well this season, leads at the moment comfortably by 34 centimetres with a 6.31 effort. Second time, this is her third go through. She's 21 years of age. Oh, here's another good leap. And she's happy with that too. So, mistimed her first leap with just 5 metres, really just sort of stepping through, but followed it up with 60.31, and that one looks north of 6 metres as well, Hayden. Tremendous leap.
Yeah, great to see the speed that she carries through, and Demedio, he is going to end up with a no height, unfortunately. So our Aussie in the pole vault. The Auckland wind claims another victim in the pole vault. So no height at 4.72. So frustration. But this track can be a tricky place to vault just when the wind is coming from this direction.
Well, we've got plenty of great action to come. Let's take this leap of Tamisha Clark. 6.23, by the way, that third leap for Maguire. Clark.
Oh, really stepping over with that one. Yeah. So the Oceania champ, just 20 years of age. His sister, 5 years older.
So that's going to be a sport to keep an eye on from an Australian point of view, when you've got Maguire at 21, Tamisha at 20, Leah at 25. That's going to be a wonderful one for our Aussie friends to keep an eye on. Height is now at 4.82, as you see there on the bottom of your screen. Tamisha Clark, by the way, remains 5th at the moment in that women's long jump. Her best, the 5.84.
Here's Nathan Philippek. First time we're seeing him, 4.82. And running through that, so that'll be a first miss for Philippek. And just confirming that the struggles that the other athletes are feeling is
And you just see just the frustration just etched on that man's face. So you would have, a lot of people will have heard, obviously there's the standards, which if you hit those standards, you qualify automatically, like we saw Olivia McTaggart do last week with her clearance at 471 in the pole vault. Now, the flip side of it is if you are a consistent performer in events like this here, like the Bronze Tour, those ranking points that Hayden alludes to, does sort of build up and you get a nice accumulation. So if you don't hit a qualifying standard, you can still qualify for these major pinnacle events if your ranking is within, top 16, top 32, top 64, depending on your event. And that's one of the things that I think is so exciting about watching this New Zealand Summer is that, maybe the certain events are obviously ranked quite highly, but just the consistency of some of our leading athletes, they're just going to be banking. And that's a great time when we start looking at World Championships and Olympics, obviously, next year.
Absolutely. And I think from World Athletics' point of view, I think it's a great innovation because it puts a bit more emphasis on the competitiveness of being an athlete rather than just, hitting a mark at a random meet. Ooh, that's always a tricky situation. So Etienne, again, just struggling with these conditions. But, it really does emphasise coming to these meets and performing when you're here, as we see Charlotte Goldsmith getting her round 4 underway. And Rosie Elliott was a classic example. She was not thinking about going to Eugene, Oregon for the World Champs last year with 2 weeks beforehand. And then what happened was the 400 hurdlers, who also had marks and points in the 400, withdrew their desire to go, which sort of rolled the entries down. And Rosie was sitting at home and in the midst of having COVID and got the call, said, would you like to go to Eugene? And she said, absolutely. So really, really cool to have these sorts of point systems. As we see Nick Southgate, multiple New Zealand pole vault champ, silver medalist from Wellington a couple of weeks ago. Here he is opening up his day. Ooh, another one just pulling out of that. But the good thing about that was he got a look at it.
4th attempt, Tamisha Clark, another red flag. He's going through Goldsmith. I think at the moment, it's Goldsmith and Maguire are the only 2 athletes that haven't had at least 1 foul. Goldsmith pretty consistent, 560, 560, 5 metres 41 and then 513 for the long jump. It's another foul for Tamisha Clark. She currently sits 5th to best jump, 5 metres 84. It's a heck of a conversation going on here.
So here's James Stain, national champ, coach of many of our up-and-coming pole vaulters. I'm loving this speed suit look. He's going with the high socks. Here we go, round 1, attempt number 1. Oh, yes.
That was interesting. We've seen the other ones where the sock has just been blowing straight across. That one there, he timed it perfectly because that windsock was right in behind him.
Yeah, as we see Mariah with the wind right in behind here and a little bit too much. Yes, I wonder if that was just a case of knowing the conditions, and there it is, just blowing straight down the runway and straight over the bar.
Nice clearance. Wonderful clearance.
James Stain. So that puts him in the lead.
So the speed suit look being admired by Coach Sherman there, helping no doubt as well.
Goes to show there is a high correlation between speed suit and success in the pole vault today. So, I'm no statistician, but
look good, feel good. Isn't that the theory? Look good, feel good.
Exactly.
So we're midway through both the women's long jump and the men's pole vault. It's getting the field section of this Sir Graeme Douglas International, proudly presented by Harcourt Coopers & Co. This will be the latest stop on the World Athletics Continental Tour. Oh, there's another nice clearance.
Very good from Nick Southgate. He made those adjustments, and I'm sure he'll be a little bit frustrated after the battle that he had with James last weekend, 10 days ago in Wellington, coming off second best with that one. Here is Anna Grimaldi in slow motion, our two-time Paralympic long jump champion.
You can just see the frustration there, just not getting near the board. As we go to Talia Clark, currently sitting in second spot. Best of 5.97. Wonderful notes that we have been provided. It's a season's best for her. She's got a PB of 6:38. She's a former youth Olympic triple jump silver medalist. Let me get that speed on the runway. That looked very close on the board. White flag. And she managed to give 6 a nudge. Definitely be in the 5.9s, that's for sure. Some extension through.
Nick Southgate and James Stein over at 5.02.
Have a chat with coach.
Bar moves up to 5.12 metres.
So we wait now for confirmation of the Talia Clark leap, and it's another improvement again. 6 metres 6. So now 25 centimetres behind our leader, who's preparing for her fourth jump. There she is, Annie McGuire. Started off with that little miss time. Still leapt 5 metres, but then followed up 6:31, then a 6:23.
So just looking at the world rankings for the women's long jump, and currently Annie McGuire is sitting right on the bubble at 36th place. So you can see why. Oh, that was good. That was good. You can see the height. Gets the white flag. I love the determination, the power that she generates on that runway. Times it perfectly. A little chop in the stride, but just perfectly on the board.
Some great pop as well, wasn't there, off the board?
Absolutely.
You say she's on the bubble, she might have just given a little bit of a pop.
Yeah, that could well be a little nudge up the rankings.
Well, it's definitely a nudge up in terms of her distance for today. That's 6:35 for McGuire. So she tacks on another 4 centimetres.
Ooh, a close attempt at the new height for Nick Southgate. So it's just those two athletes, the two Kiwis who have had a long rivalry, James Stein and Nick Southgate, going clear at 5.02. And unfortunately, our two visitors from overseas, Demedio and Filipek, both with no heights. This is round 5 in the long jump.
Charlotte Goldsmith, who's been consistently sort of in the 5 metre range. 2 leaps of 5 metres 60, one of 5.41, and then a 5.13. Let's see what her third leap will be as we go back to the speed suit. I think what really caps it off is the high socks.
Yeah, I think without the high socks, it would feel a little bit empty. But I like this. We've seen a few fashion statements from the men over the summer of athletics. A couple of our 800-metre boys showing some nice New Balance kit. James up and maybe a little bit more wind on that one. So here's Tamisha Clark, so the younger of the two sisters.
Just a quick update. Charlotte Goldsmith, 5 metres 45 with her 5th leap. So it's a very consistent set from Charlotte, who at the moment, along with the leader McGuire, the only athletes with legal jumps on all attempts to this point. Again, overstepping there is Tamisha Clark.
So yeah, Tamisha sitting in 5th with that 584 from round 2. But Annie Maguire still putting on a bit of a demonstration out there with 3 leaps well beyond 6 metres. And only Talia Clark going clear at 6. And Anna Grimaldi, the best of the Kiwis at the moment, 587. Our Paralympic long jump champion. So the bar is at 512. Both James and Nick have a miss each at this height. Nick's got 1 miss at 502, so that has him in 2nd place. Ooh.
For those who are interested, by the way, the New Zealand record, the national record in the men's pole vault's 5 metres 51 by Paul Gibbons, sent back in. He's done it twice, 1992 and 1997. Ranui.
Could be better.
Put that one away.
For Mariah. She's got a best of 586, but she's at her best well over 6 metre jumper. And if this season's anything to go by, she usually uses these final few rounds to really come from behind. So,
as I say, it's a nice skill to have in this form of the sport. If you've got that ability to deliver when the sort of stakes climb up.
Yeah.
Just figured out, by the way, James Stein. Another one who has to bail out. I was trying to figure out what the suit reminds me of. And it reminds me of the baddie in The Incredibles.
Okay.
I think that's what
A
it
bit of a
reminds me. I was just
superhero
sitting, I was
kinda
trying to
look.
think
Yeah.
there. Well, he was the person who was against Mr. Incredible. I think that's what that uniform reminds me a bit of. Grimaldi. Oh, she's hit that. She's hit that better.
Gets the white flag too, importantly. Again, like her first round jump, very close to that plasticine. And let's have a look how close she got to that green plasticine. She was right on the board.
It's really nice on the board. Her best so far has been 5 metres 87.
So Talia Clark sitting in 2nd place at the moment.
583 for Anna.
Ooh.
So again, she's just sort of in and around there.
And Mariah has just snuck that lead into 3rd place ahead of Anna, so 588 for Mariah. So the Kiwis, good little battle there between Mariah and Anna. Now can Talia edge closer to Annie Maguire, who is out there 29 centimetres ahead of Talia, who's on screen. You can see Annie just bouncing in the background.
Well, if she was to go past her, she's going to need to get very close to what is her personal best, which is 6:38. And as we saw from Maguire, when you get the timing right and just get that real pop and lift, there's plenty in there. Good breeze in behind them, right down the home straight here in Waitakere.
Nick Southgate, 7-time national champ. What can he do? Bar at 512. Remember, his best in Wellington was 511, where he got the silver medal. Ah, yes, there it is. Nailed it. The double fist pump.
Very good jumping by Nick Southgate.
Absolutely stoking on that one is Nick Southgate. Critical clearance. You can see there the wind, maybe a little bit more tail than cross again, and straight down the middle. Great feeling for Nick as we go back to Talia.
It's coming into your living room there, just to get the timing right. Now can James respond? Great wee battle.
Love this in the pole vault. It's one of the absolute dramas of the sport. So this is the final attempt for James at 5:12. Takes it down with his foot. He puts his arms up, says, what just happened there? He had the height. It looked like he had the momentum, but that foot just taking it out on the way up.
On his third attempt, bar 0.22 metres.
And here's our competition leader in the long jump, Maguire, sending it out to that 6 metre mark once again. White flag.
You're not looking as chuffed as she did with some of those previous ones there, Annie. But still so consistent. Again, it's another legal leap. It's the slight mistiming on her first one, just a hair over 5 metres, but then a lovely group of jumps to this point in the long jump. 6 metres 31, followed by 6.23, followed by 6 metres 35, and that one there, it is 6 metres 09. It's a really nice group of jumps by a young lady who is in outstanding form at the moment, as you heard Hayden Sherman allude to as well, right on the bubble with regards to those world rankings, and a good performance and consistent performances like this, Hayden, at an event, bronze standard. It's only going to help her. She looks to push her way into some of those top events.
So one of the up-and-coming youngsters in New Zealand jumping is Charlotte Goldsmith, under-18 champion, secondary schools champ, and rubbing shoulders with some of Oceania's best. Yeah, and for Maguire, I was just looking at her ranking. So you need 5 events count towards your ranking points. She's currently sitting on an event from back in November 2022, which is a lower ranking event. It was the Queensland Relay Championships, where she just jumped 5.99. So it's a result like that should be looking to pop off her record and replace with a good performance at an event like this, which will send her up, currently sitting right on the cusp of making it into that World Champs selection.
And of course with the Australian National Championships coming up at the end of the month as well,
Yes.
which again, the National Championships carry even higher weighting as well, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. Really key. And there's a lot of competition. There's some great Aussies who are not here today, who will be looking to get some points of their own at that championship as well.
Misha Clark, red flag, just been a little frustrated by the breeze after 2 good jumps of 5 metres 57, then a 5.84. It'll be the 4th consecutive foul for Tamisha Clark. I think we will be saying this a lot at the Sir Graeme Douglas International over the course of our live stream. There will be field events, also the odd track event as well, which is going to be impacted by a stiffish breeze which is blowing in Auckland this evening.
Here's Nick Southgate, the new height. He's your competition winner. The bar is at 5.22. First miss there. Nick will be absolutely stoked after, 7-time national champion. He would have felt a little bit empty heading home after picking up just the silver medal last weekend, and so he'll be feeling pretty pleased to get one back over James. Good mates, obviously, but great rivalry that they've had over the last probably decade of vaulting.
Well, here is Mariah Ruranui, who summer really has put in some nice performances in her last or second to last leaps. This is her final. She's currently sitting in 3rd spot at the moment with a best leap of 5.88. She's just a centimetre behind that lady you can see on her right there, Anna Grimaldi. She's just a look and feel. Now she's on her way. There. She was behind. So 5.88 is her best to this point. I'd say she's jumping out of her skin with enthusiasm for that one. Just clipping the board.
It looks like it could be close to that 6 metre mark. That's sort of the I imagine for Mariah, the pass mark, anything above 6, and she's happy.
Well, she'll be a little disappointed, just 4 centimetres short with that final attempt. Her best attempt, though, of her 6, 5 metres 96 for Mariah Ruranui, New Zealand national champion.
And Anna Grimaldi gets a response as well. She's sitting in 4th place, but only, 9 centimetres behind with that opening jump of 5.87. Can she improve? Could she PB today?
Well, she's had the speed on the runway, that's for sure. Can she get it all together? Great aggression. Oh.
She's certainly given it a good nudge. What a way to finish the competition from Anna. And we're not getting wind readings coming through to where we are. We imagine it's certainly tailwind. And once again, so accurate on the board. Really making the most of that runway.
Grimaldi, she would need effectively a PB to move into the top 3. And another good jump, 5 metres 84 for Anna Grimaldi. That'll keep her in 4th spot. So Ruranui will be the best of the Kiwis with a leap of 5.96. Grimaldi 5.84, and then Charlotte Goldsmith, who has jumped 5 metres 60 on 3 of her 6 attempts this evening. It's a really nice, consistent set, and as Hayden has alluded to, one of the real up-and-coming prospects in that event from a New Zealand point of view. Just keep a wee ear to the ground for that name, Charlotte Goldsmith.
So next second attempt, 5.22. No, knocks it off with his foot. Nice little dismount. Always great to see a bit of gymnastic ability from our vaulters. It's often, you'll see it when they have a miss, they'll do something spectacular for you. All right, Talia Clark, last jump for her.
I need to bust out the tape measure for that again. Overstepping. So her best will be the 6 metres 6. As we say, coming into this event, she had a season's best of 5.79. So 6.06. She also had a 5.97 with her second. Like a few of our athletes just battling a little bit in terms of trying to get the timing and the rhythm right with that breezing behind them. Southgate just taking a bit of time before his final attempt. And here is the woman who has just dominated this long jump. Super impressive.
Yeah, looks like it might be stepped over. The official's just having a good look at that, deciding which flag to give it.
Oh, and it is.
Gets the red flag. So just pushing that one a little bit hard and going over the board. But she's had a wonderful day. Well worth the trip over the Tasman to Auckland. And very solid performances, just consistently out in those sort of low to mid 6s. So Annie Maguire, she'll take home some valuable points with the win. And Talia Clark, the best of the Clark sisters. And Mariah Ruranui just edging ahead of her Kiwi compatriot Anna Grimaldi for 3rd.
Here is Southgate, one final vault. So it's a well, they've measured that. They've measured it at 6.40. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
So
fascinating. It looked to me like she'd stepped over, but they may have a camera on the board, or it might have come down to the plasticine. So we'll have a look.
Well, again, if that is the case, that's the 6th time this season, 6th competition that she's gone over 6 metres 40. And it's a great series. She had the slight missed time, jump one at 5.08. And listen to these numbers. How's this for consistency? 6 metres 31, 6 metres 23, 6.35, 6 metres and 9 centimetres. Then you finish it off with your best of the day at a 6.4.
It's basically all within the length of a shoe. When you put it that way, that is very accurate when you think of all the factors that need to come into play, from the run-up to the takeoff to the actual landing. So,
and only 3 centimetres away from a season's best.
Yeah.
Of course, as you did allude to, though, Hayden, we're not getting the wind readings at the moment. We suspect that it probably is it's very stiffish and behind. We suspect, without having the data in front of us, that probably could be better than the plus 2 metres per second limit. But still, that's excellent. As you allude to again, in a continental bronze event, great ranking points, good jumps, good performances, and you still got the national championships to go at the end of the month. So putting yourself in a really good spot, and just 21 years of age as well.
Pretty impressive. And those Australian places, those 3 slots at the World Champs, will be hot property. So you've got Bushkiel, who's already automatically booked her spot with a 6.95 that she did back in the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham at the Com Games. And then scrolling on down, Samantha Dale is the second place Aussie, who's currently sitting in 19th. So world ranking qualifications, and then you get down to Annie in 36th. So they're your top 3 Aussies at the moment, so expect a lot of a close battle in that women's long jump competition in about 10 days time.
Yeah, I suspect maybe Annie might just push a little bit further up the rankings on the back of this particular performance here in Waitakere. So here is Southgate. Last attempt.
5:22. Can he navigate this wind? Can he navigate himself over the bar? He does. Huge from Nick Southgate. Oh, he struggled a little bit in Wellington, but he's not struggling today. He's really putting on a clinic for all those other boys who are sitting there saying, how come I couldn't do that? How come I couldn't navigate this Auckland weather?
Once again, you look at where that flag is. Directly down. He has timed it brilliantly.
So 5:22 for Nick Southgate. Season's best.
Well, our coverage will continue. We're just going to take a short break here. You're watching the Sir Graeme Douglas International in Waitakere. Back shortly.
Clinicians thinks the way your body works is fascinating. Look at what happens when you breathe. Your lungs are constantly bringing in fresh air, catching oxygen to power your body and getting rid of carbon dioxide. But in winter, our lungs may need added support. So we've created Prospan Bronchial Syrup, New Zealand's #1 natural bronchial syrup. It contains a unique ivy leaf extract to soothe the throat and help clear the airways, supporting your whole family's health this winter. Clinicians, keep your body working.
How do we get people to listen to us on the hits?
You should get comedians, you should get actors, you should get TikTok stars.
Just people that aren't us.
Yeah, exactly. Just people who are famous.
You need to change your fashion.
So this stuff we're wearing now,
Oh no.
we need a catchphrase. Jono and Ben.
Like a mailbox.
Because they always deliver. Are we still on the billboard, or are we...
You guys are tiny.
Well, let's give it a go. Not so sure about this. Well, they seem to know what they were talking about. Yeah.
Mornings are funnier with Jono and Ben. Weekdays from 6 on the hits.
The North Shore and the Northwest, such great places to live. We live in them, we love them, and we support them.
Well, welcome back to the Sir Graeme Douglas International. My name's Nigel. I'm working with the coach Hayden Shearman, the third member of our commentary team you're going to get here roaming around on the infield. So let's head down there right now to Sarah Cowley-Ross.
Winner of the women's long jump, 640. Well, I've got the winner of the women's long jump here, Annie Maguire. Congratulations, 640. Talk us through it.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was pretty hard comp for me. I think, 640 is all right. It was pretty close to my PB, and I got to be happy considering I literally landed in Brisbane like 2 a.m. this morning. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the jump. Yeah.
So it was a tough field really for you, but you came out on top. Great to have the Aussie girls as well over here. What was the intention coming over here? Were you on a mission to collect World Athletics points?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't do many international comps at all, so I thought this would be a great experience for me, and I know that hopefully this year I'll be doing a lot more international comps, so this was just a good practice for that, and I definitely wanted to get the win so I could get those points.
Well, your PB 649, some great jumping today. When can our Athletics New Zealand fans now and Athletics Australia fans who are watching on our stream today, can we see you in action again?
Of course, yeah, you'll see me again, yeah.
So you'll be at the Brisbane Track Classic next weekend, but it's wonderful to have you in New Zealand. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yep, Annie Maguire there with a wonderful performance as we see Nick Southgate on the bailout.
Yeah, bar at 5:32 now. First attempt for Nick, but he's in good form. He will be enjoying the fact that he's gone 20 centimetres higher than anyone else in this field after we've had our 2 international athletes no height here in the pole vault. So, and potentially that windsock is potentially going a little bit more from the east. So I wonder if the weather has just swung slightly as it comes more straight down the runway rather than the side wind that we had at the start of the competition. And this is always the nature of a pole vault competition. It goes for a while, and in that time the weather can change significantly. As we see the start list for the para 200 metres.
You see Marshall, Kozlov, Joint, Woolley, Klein and Orble. Woolley and Joint having had, again, we saw some wonderful performances from our para athletes at the national championships down in Wellington. And our first track event. It's going to be a wonderful evening. 100 metres, 400 metres for men as well. There's hurdles. Early on, we get to see some relay action as well. That's going to be a bunch of fun. The New Zealand teams in action against the Aussies. Men's 4x100 of Uneto, Hawkins, Gill and Saunders. And the women's 4x100. Really strong team. Summerfield, Elliott, Hulls and Hobbs. Of course, we'll see them all return later in the evening for the 100 metres at around 8:20. Of course, Zoe Hobbs and her blistering form. A few Aussies, though, have come back over just to make sure that she doesn't get it all her own way. Maybe try and exact a wee bit of revenge. Because that was one of the interesting stories going into the Sydney Track Classic, was a few of those Aussie sprinters were starting to sneak very close to the Aussie 100 metre record as well. So
absolutely.
I always find it fascinating when you go through some of those records. We've got the 2 listed. One is, I think it's 11.11, and then there's an 11 flat, which of course was done with the old handheld timing as well. So it's great to see.
Now this is going to be a good little battle. You've got Mitch Joint, who had an absolutely fantastic 200 metres, breaking the Oceania record for his particular classification. And then Jackson Woolley, who's been on the up and up over recent years, just 17 years of age. As we see Nick Southgate's second attempt now with the bar at 5:32. Got a better look at that one.
5:32 would represent a season's best, but gee, you've got to say, in in the challenging nature of the weather conditions they're vaulting in at the moment, Hayden, you could just about argue he's had a season's best already because it has just been such a challenge for the athletes.
Absolutely, and I was just scrolling back to see when was the last time he cleared 5:32. It's been a while. You're going right back to 2020 when Nick Southgate went higher than 5:30, so that was 5:40 back then. So great to see Nick vaulting well as we have the Para 200 away.
So that is Joint on the inside, then Woolley, Orbill on the outside, and Joint was in outstanding form. Woolley really is going to be, he's developing into a fine young athlete, the man in the Waikato colours. It's Joint that's going to lead them through. And as we saw, wonderful form. Jackson Woolley running very nicely too. Reminder that it's on the percentage of world champion. That'll be about 24, 26 thereabouts by the looks for Jackson and Orbill. So 3 very good runs. Of course, it's all based on percentages of world-leading times.
So Mitch Joint, you can see him there, maybe just a little stutter out of the blocks, but once he gets up to speed, he really gets rolling. So he ran 23:36 and was absolutely delighted with that run from the other weekend in Wellington. And you can see them just storming to the finish. Jackson Woolley won the junior 200 last weekend at 25:98.
It's just another name upon the myriad of names that we've got in New Zealand track and field just to keep an eye on, and Jackson Woolley. So 5:32 as Southgate goes through his preparation for his next attempt. As we say, he's got a season's best of 5 metres 30, but if he can clear that height in these conditions today, that would feel like probably 5:35 to 5:40. We are getting close as well to seeing some 100-metre action.
Yeah, one of the great things about these fields with the 100 metres is the number of Aussies who have come out, and potentially over the last 12 months it's just been a signal like, was something happening over on the other side of the Tasman with what Zoe's been doing, and also with Tian, and then Eddie obviously heading back to Australia to be based there now. And so our Kiwi sprinters have been making waves, and great that the Australian contingent have come out here to take them on. See them going through their strides now, their warm-ups.
Well, what's been interesting as well is just, I was lucky enough to speak to Rosie Elliott on the weekend, and she was up here for a relay camp and doing a little bit of preparation for this evening as well, having a look and noticing that the Aussies were having a little bit of a relay camp as well. And so there's just something about that Trans-Tasman rivalry, and we know that New Zealand went over there, it must only feel like about a year, 2 years ago, broke the national record as well, just going straight heads up with Australia. So it's always fascinating when you get that Trans-Tasman dynamic, the rich sporting history that New Zealand and Australia have. And while there is wonderful respect, as always, you just know as soon as someone puts on a bit of green and gold and someone puts on a little bit of black trim with silver, all of a sudden the stakes just start to clamber up ever so slightly.
Absolutely, there's definitely national bragging rights for that 4x1. So that's coming up at 6:30. So you're only an hour away, but here we are, final attempt with the bar at 5:32 for Nick Southgate. What's he got? Oh, he's got a lot, but it's not quite enough. Just comes down on the bar. And that was a solid performance from Nick. He will take a lot from that. I know Nick and James have been in good shape, but whether that shape translates to performances is another question. For Nick today, it's definitely translated to a performance, and you can see there it was a smile because he knew he gave that a good nudge, and he will be very happy with that performance, particularly given how the other athletes really struggled.
Yeah, I think that'll be the thing. He'll be sort of wandering off thinking to himself, you know what, on any other different day, maybe if the breeze isn't sort of up to that sort of level, it really is a very good effort by by Nick and James. As you say, when you see international calibre athletes, the likes of Nathan Philippek and Dalton DeMedio battle a little bit, just a reminder about some of the nuance, some of just those little things. It's been a wonderful performance, though, by Southgate in taking out the pole vault. There you see the final results. 5.22, staying with clearing at 5.02. Priya, Vogel and Atwell, and for our visitors from Australia and Canada, no height registered on what was a challenging day for pole vault. And we've still got the women's pole vault to come later on as well. And of course, that on the back of one of the more impressive pole vault meetings in recent history in New Zealand, with a personal best to McTaggart, Eliza McCartney with the season's best, and the personal best as well to Eris. Here we see the first of our fields for the 100 metres. So this will be 2 timed finals. So they will run 2 heats, and then the times will be collated. It is done very much a little bit in ranking, so you'll find that the second race, the permit will be very strong. That'll feature a lot of the slightly quicker. And of course, we got those men's 100 later on in the night as well. Good chance to see again some of the great young talent coming through. The young man on the inside there, Owen Lamb, he's just 15 years of age. Troy Middleton and Kaurangi Cottrell, teammates running alongside. George Kozlov. Cade Lambert will be in 5. James Robertson. You see him, Alex Robertson there with the tattooed arms.
Great to see some of the local boys from Waitakere Athletics. They'll know this track very, very well. Probably their most famous athlete right now is Portia Bing, the 400 hurdler, who will be coming up later this evening.
And speaking of Portia, and it was amazing to see the outpouring of emotion. We lost one of the good ones in recent days. Ross Hoggard passing away at the age of 93. Coached for 63 years and was coaching on Sunday.
Wow.
Unfortunately, passing
Amazing.
away, and just an extraordinary legacy. I know Sarah Cowley-Ross was telling us prior to the broadcast about the impact that Russ had on her in the very early stages of her career, and I suspect there's going to be literally thousands of stories when you have coached at track and field level for 63 years and still actively involved at the age of 93. And to the Hoggard family, our condolences, we send them to you, but my goodness gracious me, what an extraordinary life Russ has led. We're underway. First chance. Nice start by Robinson. Lamb on the inside. Remember, 15 now. Kozlov starts to get about his work, but on the inside, is that Middleton who's going to get there close on the line? Middleton, Kozlov, Lambert. Tell you what, I'll be keeping an eye on this young Owen Lamb, 15 years of age, on the inside, as we get another look at this one. Robinson got a really nice start out there in lane number 6. And then that's nice work by Troy Middleton coming through in lane number 2. Kozlov going at him late. Kozlov's actually got the fastest personal best time, but Middleton, Kozlov, Lambert, 1, 2 and 3. Let's go down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's got the winner of the men's pole vault with her.
Right, well, I'm here with the winner of the men's pole vault tonight. Tricky conditions out there, Nick Southgate, but 5:22, are you happy with that?
5:22 is pretty good in these conditions. It's we've got a bit of a crosswind coming in, so it sort of plays with the pole drop a little bit, but once you get your confidence up, then it's all go. So.
Well, it was all go here, but not all go for some people. Can you explain to us how difficult it is running full steam down the runway with a big pole in your hand when you've got the wind going?
Yeah, I mean, the pole sort of acts as a bit of a mast, so any wind about, you just sort of, can get taken with it sometimes, but it's just got to being able to adapt to the conditions and make it work. So.
Now, not long ago, you actually had a full Achilles repair, so talk us through the recovery from that and how great it is to be back out here jumping at Trust Stadium.
Yeah, I took a bit of time out. I was out for maybe 18 months or so, just trying to get everything sorted with the Achilles, and slowly but surely it's come back. There's been a lot of work in rebuilding how I run, how I move, but now I'm running as fast as I've ever been, and it's all feeling pretty good, in a good spot.
Well, you look great out there tonight, and when will our athletics community expect to see you on the runway again?
So next competition will be in Brisbane. We're competing over there with the Aussies in the Brisbane Track Classic, and then for their national championships as well, so should be a good fight.
Well, all the best for that, and congratulations on the win here tonight at the Sir Graeme Douglas International, brought to you by Harcourts, Cooper & Co.
Thank you very much, Sarah Kelly Ross, and they're very happy, very satisfied looking. Nick Southgate, justifiably so, hey?
Absolutely, yeah. And look, as someone who's come through Achilles ruptures, it's a long road back, and every step you take when you're sprinting is that thought, will it go again? So really cool to have Nick healthy, and as we mentioned before, he hasn't cleared that sort of height for a few years now, 3 or 4 years. So great to see him back in form as we get to heat number 2, final number 2.
This is McDonald, Saunders, Gerber and Revel Lewis. Had a couple of withdrawals there. Looks as though it's going to be a Gerber, Saunders finds. Nicely through there by Zach Saunders, who's going to be anchoring the New Zealand relay team.
Yeah, good to see Zach running well. So Zach actually went to the Commonwealth Games. I think it was with Jersey. So I imagine there's some heritage through Jersey Island. So here he is getting up onto his toes. Strong John Gerber right on his shoulder. And Saunders pumping his way to the finish. So I'm sort of looking to see if we've got a time from him recently. But he's got a PB of 10.70, which he did at the Potts Classic last year. And that looked like it might have been a bit quicker than that. We haven't got results coming through yet.
Sort of I was trying to get, as you were going through that information, we're watching that wonderful replay we've got just to the side of the finish and going through. It looked around that sort of 10.4, 10.5 mark.
And the tailwind will certainly be healthy. So whether the wind readings are over that 2 metres per second allowable limit, or whether they'll be a friendly sort of 1.9, 2.0, we'll keep you posted.
And we see preparation for the shot put. And you see Jacko Gill in the background. Again, it was nice to see. That's due to get underway at 6:15. The men's shot put, also the men's under 20 shot put as well. And a late decision by Tom Walsh, who was initially not going to be throwing at the Sir Graeme Douglas International. There you see the results for the 200 there for Mitch Joint, 24.2. Jackson Woolley at 26.23. And Zachary Orble going sub 30 with a 29.66.
So yeah, times for those boys about 0.3 or 4 of a second slower than national. So whether that's the conditions or, but we will see them back for the para 100 metres later.
So now we get set. There'll be a men's 400 metres, as you can see them setting up the flights of hurdles there, then a women's 400 hurdles as well.
Well, we have just had the first wind reading come through, 3.1 metres per second for those para 200s. So that gives you a bit of an idea of the ballpark. It does mean that if there is a lull, we could be potentially getting some legal winds.
Well, that's the fascinating thing. When you look at 100 metres and you've got people that are running it just on 10.5 seconds, or in the case of a couple of female athletes, maybe sub 11.
Yeah.
All you need is 11 seconds of a wind drop. And all of a sudden, you just never know. There you see Tom Walsh. There you see Jack O'Gill. They're not too far away from getting their competition underway. We've got more coming from the Sir Graeme Douglas International.
Wind reading was 3.1.
Clinicians thinks the way your body works is fascinating. Look at what happens when you breathe. Your lungs are constantly bringing in fresh air, catching oxygen to power your body and getting rid of carbon dioxide. But in winter, our lungs may need added support. So we've created Prospan Bronchial Syrup. New Zealand's #1 natural bronchial syrup. It contains a unique ivy leaf extract to soothe the throat and help clear the airways, supporting your whole family's health this winter. Clinicians, keep your body working.
How do we get people to listen to us on the hits?
You should get comedians, you should get actors, you get TikTok stars.
Just people that aren't us.
Yeah, exactly. Just people who are famous.
You need to change your fashion.
So this stuff we're wearing now,
Oh no.
we need a catchphrase. Jono and Ben.
Like a mailbox.
Because they always deliver. Are we still on the billboard or are we...
You guys are tiny.
Well, let's give it a go. Not so sure about this. Well, they seem to know what they were talking about.
Mornings are funnier with Jono and Ben. Weekdays from 6 on the hits.
The North Shore and the Northwest, such great places to live. We live in them, we love them, and we support them.
Coverage of the Sir Graeme Douglas International continues as there you see them getting set for the 400 metres hurdles, men's and women's. And just something interesting to know, we've got some of the times coming through from the 200 and the 100 metres, and what has been most interesting as we go through, and we've been looking at some of those times, we were talking about Zach Saunders and we thought, gee, he was close to around a 10.5. There you see it, 10.55. What makes it very interesting is the wind reading, because the wind reading was 2.2 metres per second. Now, for records to be set, it needs to be 2 metres per second or less. It would appear that what we were talking about only a matter of about 2-3 minutes ago, Hayden Sherman, could be happening. All you need is that little lull. We saw a 3.1 for the 200, now 2.2, so we know it's favourable.
Absolutely.
Can it just drop down to the right time, as there we see the Australian relay team getting themselves ready.
And of course the 4x1, because it's a full lap, it won't matter about the wind readings as they go through their baton changes. But the big 100 metres are still to come past 8 o'clock, so from 8:05 through to 8:20 will be the 100 metre finals. And hopefully that wind can just settle down a little bit more, and we're right on the cusp. And look, for Zach Saunders and John Gerber and Lex Revel-Lewis, they would have all been personal bests. So, so far so good. Come on, Auckland weather.
Yeah, well, let's hope it plays. This one here, it won't mean anything for these 5 athletes who are about to do the people killer. It's the 400 metres hurdles for men. Flynn Johnson, Tom Maloney, Chris Douglas from Australia, Takayuki Kishimoto from Japan, and Nathan Brown. So 3 Kiwis, an Aussie and a Japanese athlete. And it's just lovely to have that wonderful international flavour being provided by the athletes not over from Australia, but there's also a really good contingent from Japan in particular. And your real sphere of expertise and passion, those middle to longer distance events where we know Japan have got a really wonderful little history.
Yeah, yep. You know, when we talk about running being a national sport, there's probably 3 countries that you would put that moniker on the country. Kenya, Ethiopia, and then Japan would be the close third. So distance running in particular, but they produce a lot of good sprinters as well up there in Japan, and it's great to have. There's been some athletes based here in Auckland getting in some winter training for them and making the most of our late summer conditions. And you can see there Kishimoto, beautiful hurdling technique. He will be, alongside Chris Douglas, the 2 firm favourites to really put on a masterclass in 400 hurdling today.
Well, when we look at the times, so you've got Douglas at 26, Kishimoto at 33 in terms of their times. 49.5 versus 49.51.
Oh, yeah.
So in terms of their competitiveness, you suspect that those 2 will probably clear away from the New Zealanders and Johnson, Maloney and Brown. Johnson and Brown both have run sub 60 seconds. And Tom Maloney not far away from dipping underneath that mark. As you can just see there as well, some of the female pole vaulters starting to get ready, and they now have to try and get used to, try and assess those conditions.
I'm sure they all went up to Nick Southgate and took some notes. What did you do different to the others?
Well, of course, I mean, there's just such that wonderful pole vaulting community.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure there would have been a lot of notes shared there.
And we are in for a real treat tonight with that women's pole vault competition. The 3 queens of, you can have 3 queens in one country, 3 queens of New Zealand pole vaulting with Eliza McCartney, Olivia McTaggart and Imogen Eris. And they're all coming into really, really great form, 2 of them in PB form. And like we said before, Eliza McCartney getting back to doing Eliza McCartney things, which is a special treat for us to see that here in New Zealand. The 3 top pole vaulters we've produced, all competing together, and that was a real highlight from the National Championships 10 days ago, when they just put on the show of all shows in the pole vault at Newtown Park.
And there you see we're getting ready there at 400, which will be due to go shortly. I do have to say big thanks to our presenting partner as well, good team at Harcourt, Cooper & Co. Martin and the team, gee, when you hear businesses talk about having the community at heart, I mean, these guys really epitomise that there. It's not just lip service, that's for sure. Just they say hundreds, you could just about say thousands of community events that the Harcourt, Coopers & Co. team get involved in, like this one here. And we really do appreciate Martin and his team and the support that they provide. There's a lot of wonderful sponsors. This, of course, being Douglas Pharmaceuticals, who are, of course, the naming partner of this wonderful event. Here we see just a brief lull in proceedings. You can see there the women's pole vault just getting themselves all set. The hurdles, it's due to go at 6 o'clock. So that's around about 9 minutes away. And then we've got the shot put, which will go at 6:15. And it's still to come as well. As I say, we've got the 400 hurdles for men and women. And the first look at the faster human beings that'll be in action tonight. When we look at those 4x100 metre relays, you saw the Aussie team going through there baton change practice. That's going to be a bucket load of fun. Stay with us here as we continue our coverage of the Sir Graeme Douglas International after this.
Clinicians thinks the way your body works is fascinating. Look at what happens when you breathe. Your lungs are constantly bringing in fresh air, catching oxygen to power your body and getting rid of carbon dioxide. But in winter, our lungs may need added support. So we've created Prospan Bronchial Syrup. New Zealand's #1 natural bronchial syrup, it contains a unique ivy leaf extract to soothe the throat and help clear the airways, supporting your whole family's health this winter. Clinicians, keep your body working.
How do we get people to listen to us on the hits?
You should get comedians, you should get actors, you get TikTok stars.
Just people that aren't us.
Yeah, exactly. Just people who are famous.
You need to change your fashion.
So this stuff we're wearing now,
Oh no.
we need a catchphrase. Jono and Ben.
Like a mailbox.
Because they always deliver. Are we still on the billboard or are we...
You guys are tiny.
Well, let's give it a go. Not so sure about this. Well, they seem to know what they were talking about.
Mornings are funnier with Jono and Ben. Weekdays from 6 on the hits.
The North Shore and the Northwest, such great places to live. We live in them, we love them, and we support them.
It's a pleasant evening. There is a little bit of a breeze, but as we've seen, it's a little bit fluky at times. And if you judge it right, you will get the reward for your performance, as we saw from Nick Southgate. And the pole vault, you can see there the 400 metres hurdles set. You can get a bit of a sense there as you see the Harcourts flags there over on the embankment. It's a wonderful sporting facility. The Douglas Track and Field, you've got the training grounds for rugby, fantastic Trust Stadium. I'm sure that's going to get plenty of use over the course of the Premiership netball season as well. And we are preparing for the men's 400 metres hurdles. That'll be followed by the women's 400 metres hurdles. And that, of course, will feature Portia Bing. I'm sure Portia, like a few athletes, running with a little bit of a heavy heart after the passing of Russ Hogarth. Used to work with Russ. Lovely post that she put up on social media upon hearing the passing of an extraordinary coach. Again, you can see some of the work being done in terms of the baton exchange by the relay athletes. Just a nice evening. Good little crowd coming in as well to enjoy. I guess really is one of the closing of the curtain on the New Zealand Track and Field season. It's a Continental Tour bronze event. Some good ranking points available. So as we are around about 4 minutes away from the start of the men's 400 metres, well, let's go down. We saw a wonderful performance from Nick Southgate. Let's go down and speak with New Zealand's preeminent pole vault coach. Jeremy McCall is with Sarah Cowley-Ross.
Well, it's all go here down at the side of the track where we've got the pole vault women warming up. We've got the shot putters behind us, and I've managed to capture Jeremy McCall. And just as we crossed, Eliza, one of his athletes, was doing her warm-up jump. So that was unfortunate timing, but he's back now. So Jeremy McCall, talk us through women's pole vaulting now. It's back to where we, always hoped it would be, and 3 fabulously talented women. What are we expecting tonight?
Well, tricky conditions, but I think it'll be a really good competition between the three of them. Who knows what it'll throw up, but Eliza looked like she was that she should do the automatic standard based on Auckland champs. Livy, can she back that up? And Imogen, fresh off the PB, who knows? She could jump 55 or 60, so that's pretty cool.
So it's all game on between the three of them, but there's a range of other athletes out here tonight, which is awesome to see. Talk us through, what do you tell your pole vaulters when you've got conditions like this?
Well, it's just trusting what you know how to do. You're never going to get perfect conditions all the time, so the marks might be thrown around a little bit here and there, but yeah, they'll be fine.
Well, I'll leave you to your coaching duties, but great to see you. Jeremy McCall, New Zealand lead pole vault coach and in charge of 3 talented proteges on tonight shortly.
Thank you very much, Sarah Cowley-Ross. Jeremy's done a wonderful job with a massive range, and yes, I know we highlight some of those leads as we see. Was that Olivia McTaddock with the nice little forward roll there? The handspring, and I know we do focus on those I guess elite athletes, but it's not just them, it's the development that Jeremy does, the next wave coming through. That's the reason why we saw an Eliza, then you see an Olivia, then you see an Imogen, because there's a lovely wee progression of young athletes who want to be involved, and Jeremy gets involved. He does a fantastic job.
Yeah, and it's really reflected in also the sprint group that's based up here in Auckland as well, with Zoe Hobbs leading that group and a bunch of women behind her. So when you get these squads where there's 1 or 2 key leaders, you probably put Hamish Kerr down in Christchurch in that group as well, then you tend to get this group of athletes that just follows in their wake and kind of gets pulled along. And it's for these athletes to see what's possible. Sitting at home watching Eliza in Rio, it sets a standard like, oh my gosh, this could be a thing. Me down at the local track playing around with the pole vault, this could be a thing that I could take to the world stage. And it was great to see both Imogen and Olivia really step up on that stage last year. Of course, with Imogen getting the bronze at the Commonwealth Games, and Olivia performing really well at Worlds and World Indoors. So the 400 hurdlers are getting ready to roll.
So on the inside lane 3, that's Flynn Johnson. Lane number 4, that's Tom Maloney. Lane number 5, Chris Douglas out of Australia. Lane number 6, Takayuki Kishimoto out of Japan. And Nathan Brown is in lane number 7. So Douglas and Kishimoto, their personal bests, around 8 to 9 seconds quicker than the New Zealand athletes. Johnson with a 58.6, Nathan Brown with a 58.97, and Tom Maloney, who's also as well got it's a bit of high jumping as well, does Tom. There is Kishimoto. There is Douglas. And again, these 2 athletes, no doubt, looking for good ranking points from a Continental Bronze Tour event. There's Johnston on the inside. It's being held for quite a long time there.
It was a very long hold, and I'm glad the starter let that one go, because you could see Kishimoto, he said, look, I've had enough. I can't hold that much longer. And so he sat down. So good, the starter saw that and potentially is waiting for a little bit of movement or silence in the crowd. Of course, we got the pole vaulters just next to them. So starters do a good job of just being aware of the surroundings and how each athlete's poised. So they are ready to go second time round.
Yeah, very savvy by Kishimoto there. So lanes number 5 and 6, and already you see Kishimoto and Douglas start to eat up the New Zealand athletes. Lovely, beautiful stride of Chris Douglas, the taller of the 2 athletes. Kishimoto, though, again, nice long, even strides in between the hurdles. Douglas on the inside has got the advantage as they go over that stagger. Kishimoto, though, just hanging with them now. A little surge. As I said, their PB's only separated by 0.01 of a second. Now they're going to get the wind at their back as Kishimoto comes back, and he's got drawn even. Douglas. Kishimoto, though, now with a nice little break. Good battle as well. Johnston leading the 3 Kiwis home. Kishimoto. This is nice running. Timed that beautifully down to the line. Around that 51 to 52 second mark. Who's won the battle of the Kiwis? It's going to be Johnston from Maloney. And then Brown. And Tom Maloney listed with a 1 minute 46. I'm not sure if that's a PB or a season's best, but either way, he's gone sub 60 seconds there, and Johnston comes over. Nice little chat with the Japanese competitor, and how nice for those young Kiwis to compete against. Aussie and Chris Douglas and Takayuki Kishimoto, veteran Japanese runner.
Yeah, impressive there from Kishimoto. That strength over the last 150 metres or so. It looked like he maybe just backed off the intensity going into that headwind. Of course, with the 400 hurdles, you need to maintain that rhythm, that stride rhythm between each of the hurdles. But it looked like he nailed it to perfection and brought it home nice and strong. So the 2012 Olympian showing the young Kiwis how it's done. And here is our own world-class 400 hurdler, Portia Bing, getting ready to roll.
I think also the other thing, just before we look, there's the field of Whiteman, Adams, Wisniewski, Bing, Veal, Hancock and Kelso Heap. The other thing there that I think Kishimoto taught those young New Zealanders is, if it doesn't feel right in the block, just dip down. That was a real savvy veteran move at the start when it looked like they were being held forever. And really smart by the Japanese vet. Again, these are the little things that young athletes get to learn when they come across these international caliber, international standard athletes.
So Portia Bing getting set up in the blocks, staying nice and warm. Conditions aren't particularly cold, but probably with that breeze out there, you'd be wanting to keep the tights on and the long sleeves on for as long as possible, just to stay nice and toasty before you absolutely bled it around the one lapper over the hurdles. And there's the results coming through. So Takayuki Kishimoto, the winner with 51.77. Chris Douglas from Australia in second, 52.66. And then Flynn Johnston, the best of the Kiwis, in 57.74. And I believe that's a personal best for Flynn. The best I've got for him this year was 58.71. Oh, last year he did a 57.54, so just outside of that. And here we have Eliza McCartney, our national champion. How good does that sound? Reigning national champion in the pole vault, bronze medalist from the Rio Olympics in 2016, all of 7 years ago. Unbelievable. That amount of time's flown by.
Well, you just forget how young she was when she won that bronze medal, but also as well, just how much she has battled to get back to this particular point. And it really has been, you can use words like journeys or odysseys, but it has been such a challenge. And the thing that blows me away about Eliza is all through it, so incredibly positive. Now, what she projects publicly could be very different to what she's feeling when she's sitting at home with mum or dad or a partner or a coach's, but just that outward positivity for me right throughout it was just quite extraordinary. And as you say, in the meantime, we've had Olivia McTaggart step up, Imogen Ayres step up as well, and then there's another range of wonderful young athletes coming through. And it's lovely to see Eliza back, but what she did in 2016, you can see that benefit, the wonderful thing that she has helped spark with that performance in Rio. You see the wonderful volunteers.
Yeah, a bit of admin for the volunteers and officials to go around and make sure the heights and also the weightings on those hurdles are all correct. So the heights will come down to 76.2 centimetres for the women's 400 hurdles. And it's absolutely crucial that they get those heights right and get them all in the right place. Someone like Portia Bing, knows this race down to the centimetre. As you can see there, her just going through her strides and first few hurdles, getting a feel for it. And Porsche this summer has been focused more on the flat races, just building that flat speed. And she's had a good old summer over various distances, 100 metres, 200 metres. She has featured really strongly in the Classics series over those distances. Down to 24 low for the 200 metres, and the 400 metres, 53.09 this season. So doing a good job to work on that flat speed. She hasn't really pulled together the complete 400 hurdles race this season, so potentially this meet could be the one where those pieces all fall into place.
You see the link on your screen there and how you can follow in terms of live results. There's a bit of event information as well as Georgia Whiteman is working through her preparation. There's a wee bit of a joke there with Loveridge, wonderful photographer. She's actually carrying quite light tonight, Miss Loveridge. I think she's only got about 3 cameras on.
She usually has about 30 kg worth of camera equipment and SD cards.
4 cameras, 3 bags, probably an iPhone as well float in there somewhere too.
She has her knee strapped for a reason. So you talk to her at the end of a meet. She travels around all the world championships, com games, and the body is ruined after a day of photography, contorting herself into these positions to just get just the right angle.
I would be fascinated if they put a GPS on her. I'd love to see what sort of, how many meters, kilometres she probably works through of a track and field meeting. So the women's 400 field getting ready. Georgia Whiteman will be in lane number 2. Sophie Adams in lane number 3. Grace Wisniewski is in lane 4. Portia Bing will be out of lane number 5. Lonville of France. Again, lovely to have that European flavour in this one. Seems to be enjoying her time in New Zealand over the summer. Sophie Hancock will be in lane number 7, and then Maddie Kelso-Heap, lane number 8.
Grace Wisniewski running in lane 4 had a fantastic victory to take out the under 20 400 hurdles. She clipped the final hurdle, hit the deck and picked herself up off the track and still came across the line in first place, and it was a very close run thing. So expect a gutsy performance from her in lane 4, trying to keep as close as humanly possible to our New Zealand record holder, Portia Bing, in lane 5.
Wisniewski's 18, Hancock 17, Kelso-Heap 18 years of age. So again, we get another great opportunity to look at some of our young talent, and also very much present. There is Portia Bing. Veal on the outside. Just a little bit better now in between the hurdles. Had a little bit of an issue going into that first flight, but now she's flowing really nicely. Veal staying with her at the moment. Hancock hanging in there too. Nice running from the 2 youngsters in lane 7 and 8. Now Bing starts to extend. 150 to go. Pin over. Got a good lead at the moment. Just a couple of more flights to go for Portia Bing. A little bit of she's frustrated here a little bit. She's lost a little bit of momentum, and Veal starting to come through hard. Portia Bing really battling. Here comes Veal down to the line, and the Frenchwoman's going to get Portia on the line. And that time, I'm a little bit concerned for Portia whether there was a bit of an issue. She tied up very quickly towards the end. Of course, as we did say, it's been a challenging week for Portia, and a lot of people associated or come under the tutelage of Miss Hoggard, who passed away.
Now you'll see Portia is hurdling off both feet, so you can see here the first hurdle she puts her right leg as her lead leg, and then her dominant leg is this left one. That's where she feels comfortable. But about 3 hurdles to go, she switches to the other leg, and that's where we saw that rhythm just to start to get upset, and potentially the legs full of acidosis at that point, as we see Grace Wisniewski come through for 3rd place. And the big boys introduce themselves to the crowd.
Here's the Aidan Harvey, the Australian competitor. So there you see the competitors. Blessing Siffel, Lewanchuk Wolf, Jacko Gill, Pananel, Tom Walsh, Nick Palmer, Aidan Harvey. There with a lovely big smile. You see.
Yeah, I wonder how long those smiles are going to stick around for, because I imagine as soon as they got off that little welcoming introduction, the game faces went on for Tom and Jacko. This is a really big climax. You know, we've seen such great battles from these two domestically, and usually this time of the season, once we hit March, once we hit national champs, Tom rises to the challenge, claims back another national title. He won 13 straight. This year, Jacko Gill came out of the blocks firing and put about half a metre on this man with a 21.80. But interestingly, they both have the same season's best of 21.80. Tom threw that down at the international track meet in Christchurch. Jacko threw that when it really counted at the national title. And that hurt for Tom. You know, he's 32 years of age. I don't want to date him too much.
Only 31. Only 31.
31.
Only 31.
And he's won a lot of national titles all in a row. 13 in a row. He desperately wanted to make that 14. And so he has come to Auckland because he wants payback. And that national title meant a lot to Jacko. And so he's firing on all cylinders. Because finally things are starting to click for Jacko over the last about 12 months.
You were very effusive in your praise of the James Syme bodysuit that he was wearing, the sprint suit. I rate that singlet that Tom Walsh has got. That is a really neat design. Let's head down to Siri Carley-Ross, who's got the winner of the women's 400 hurdles. Loneville with her.
I have here the winner of the women's 400 metres hurdles, Luan Ville from New Caledonia. Felicitacion, talk us through your run.
Thank you. My run was good, but there is so many wind, and it's maybe hard when they are wind.
Not the easiest of events when it's windy out there. How long are you in New Zealand for?
I'm in New Zealand until since yesterday, Wednesday, and until Sunday. I'm here only for 5 days.
Well, a great trip over the Pacific, and Luan has actually been training with James Mortimer's group at AUT Millennium over the summer, training alongside Portia Bing. So well done, Luan. We wish you all the best for your season.
Thank you so much. See you.
Back to you guys upstairs.
Down as one of the understatements of the day so far, saying it's very challenging when it's with a little bit of wind around. They call this the person killer for a reason. So you then throw a nice little sort of gnarly headwind going down that first sort of 150, and I can understand why it absolutely breaks you.
Absolutely. And I do feel for Portia. I'm sure she desperately wanted a good performance there to cap off her domestic season. But no doubt she'll have more performances still to come. And here is one of our up-and-coming senior shot putters. Made massive waves in the junior scene here in New Zealand. Now he's carrying that 7.26 senior shot. The foot goes over the front, but early signs are that shot looks like it's sent out to around about that 15 metre mark early on. So with a PB of 17 something, mid-17s, let's say. he'll be hoping to get into that top 3. And you've got to say, the battle for 1 and 2 will be between either the man on screen or Tom Walsh.
Well, Tom is a competitor, and to have lost his national title, it would have stung him. Yep, he would have been an absolute gentleman, and he would have been incredibly gracious and humble in defeat, but it would have stung Tom Walsh. It would have meant a lot to that man on your screen as well, and Jacko Gill. Now the battle resumes at the Sir Graeme Douglas International. Holds. There's a big scene to get things underway.
Oh, yeah. So he's cleared past all of the markers there, so immediately beyond 20, and we saw him at the National Champs is just consistently over 21 metres. He's really bringing it this season. Look at this, down nice and low, and then just at the end, springs up, releases. He's showing good fluidity across the circle. Look at Tom, sort of a half grimace.
22.12.
Yeah.
Personal best.
Huge personal best. That is a statement, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Jacko Gill, 22.12. That is the way to start Chapter 2 of this 2023 battle between Tom and Jacko.
Oh, hello, and Tom throws one out there too.
Right next to the mark, and it's great having this limestone chip. We can actually see where these shots are landing. I want to say that's slightly short, but very close.
So Jacko's previous personal best was 21.9. He had a season's best of 21.8. 22.12 metres for Jacko Gill. Personal best. Tom responds with a 21.79.
Ooh,
that's only a centimetre behind his season's best as well.
Championship record is 22.67, so let's just put that little record on notice. That is the all-comers record here in New Zealand as well. So it is game on in the shot put circle immediately in round 1. Nick Palmer, our number 3 shot putter in the senior men's. Nice. Wow, we've got some action. So jump in that share section on your YouTube feed, everyone, and send it out to your family, because things are heating up here.
Here is the result of that women's 400 metres. Luan Veal with the victory, 59.48. Portia Bing second, just slightly off, and then Grace Wisniewski. Aidan Harvey of Australia, it's his opener. Wasn't it fascinating though? You see, you're sitting back there, just for the moment you saw both Tom and Jacko, just big smiles on the faces. So Jacko with a personal best to open. 22 metres, 12 centimetres. Tom Walsh still got a big smile on his face. Big lads have big fun. Now, the gentleman just stepping in there right now, this is Harrison McGregor, who is competing in the under-20s. He's the only competitor. Started off with a 15-metre 69 effort. Nice speed. That's another one around that 15-metre mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see some...
The long jump, and this could be fun as well. Thorpe, Adcock, Booth, Veach, Atwell, Palmer, Freya, Arthur, McDonald. That's a really good field. That's a very good field in the men's long jump, and there you go as well. A little bit of Australia thrown into the mixture as well.
Yeah, I'm excited about this long jump competition. We've seen Shay Veach go from strength to strength over the last little while. His fellow teammate from Otago, Felix McDonald, picked up the silver medal at the National Champs behind Shay. And then we'll see what the Aussies can do, because we've got 2 jumpers from Australia with Liam Adcock. As we see Blessing Sefor do his second round throw. So Liam Adcock, 790 jumper at his best, and William Fryer, 782 at his best. So they will really challenge Shea Veach and Felix McDonald, the Kiwis, in that long jump pit. And we've seen some nice favourable tailwinds as well earlier in the women's long jump.
We saw Andy Maguire of Australia take advantage of those favourable winds. A really beautiful series of jumps from Annie to take out that woman's long jump. Lemon Chockwolf, very talented young athlete. Inside, that's good. Just put a foot out of the circle with his first throw. Blessing Sefor increasing on his first throw. He opened with a 14.70. His second throw that you just saw, that was 15.40.
And that was actually a big personal best, 33 centimetres for Blessing. So he's doing really well managing that that senior shot. You know, he's only born in 2005, and if that doesn't make you feel old, I'm not sure what will. But just 17 years of age and biffing that 7.26 kg shot a long way, but not quite as far as this guy. He's gone over 22 metres for the first time in his life. He showed so much promise as a junior, winning those famous junior titles, and the trajectory was all set up, and then he hit injuries and illness issues as he came into his senior ranks. But now those pieces of the puzzle, all those ingredients are starting to work them out for Jack O'Gill, and he's really finding his form here in 2023.
That's another good one. That's another great throw.
I want to say that hit the exact same spot as Tom Walsh's shot. So probably in the 21s somewhere. But you can look at Tom looking on these two.
Great speed across the circle. He's got that right thigh quite heavily strapped, but beautiful speed across the circle.
Yeah, what Jacko's been working on with his coach, Dale Stevenson, and his parents. 21.92 come through, so that's his second best throw in his life right there. And he's been really working on the technique side of things rather than just the strength. So pulling back a little bit in the gym and really focusing on the technical aspects of getting this throw right. Speaking of getting the throw right, we know what great technique Tom Walsh has. So fast across the circle. So fluid.
A little bit frustrated by that one.
Okay, out on the field we have.
He looks at his hands. It's a bit of a tell for Tom, isn't it? When you know he's not 100% happy, he'll just have a wee look at the fingers. He's all about that power going right the way through and releasing and feeling it as it gets out the end of the fingers. It's a bit of a tell with Tom when he's just not 100% pleased with his throw. Goodness gracious me. 21.07 that throw by Tom Walsh. So he's still second to Jack O'Gill, who leads. And once again, Palmer with a little bit of a overbalancing.
Presenting these medals today. In third place,
there's Aidan Harvey.
In the women's long jump, Mariah Rirunui.
There's Felix McDonald. And that is the men's long jump.
Second place,
is going to be getting underway.
Of Australia.
Hayden Sherman
And the winner of the
has just
long jump,
stepped aside.
Annie Maguire.
Great to be able to bring to the Olympic. Sarah Carly Ross, who's been down there and enjoying. Just give us the feel in terms of it's It's a little bit overcast at the moment, and we have seen the breeze. I mean, would you describe it as a cool night? Is it just, is it a warm breeze? How would you describe the conditions they're competing in at the moment?
Well, there is a slight breeze. It is a tailwind, which is favourable to the sprinters. They'll be happy about that. I was talking to some of the pole vaulters. They feel like they can catch a tailwind if they time it right. But I would describe the evening as somewhat overcast. But I tell you what, the temperature is rising at the men's shot put because, my goodness, have we got a competition down there. And it's awesome to see the crowd building in anticipation for these showdowns.
Well, we are underway as well in this men's long jump and women's long jump. We saw a wonderful performance by Annie Maguire. Felix McDonald currently leads at the moment with 6 metres 68 as there's Harrison McGregor. Another good throw. He's in the sole competitor in the under-20s. There you see, after 2 rounds, Jacko Gill, 22 metres 12. That is a big personal best for Jacko. It's the first time he's thrown over 22 metres in his career. And then he followed it up with 21 metres 92, which again is better than his previous personal best.
Yeah, awesome to see. And I was speaking with his sister Ayla Gill, who was a former hammer thrower down watching the warm-ups of the big boys, and she, lovely jump. Lovely.
Sorry. You're a former multi-discipline athlete, so I knew that would have broken your concentration as well as it did mine.
That was
wowzers. This is Liam Adcock of Australia. Watch this pop. Bang.
Woo. What you can see there is the hips just going forward and upwards, and they don't drop until the very last minute. And on that occasion, they didn't drop for a long time. So that's what these competitors are really trying to do, is use that speed that they generate in the run-up, hit the board hard, and let it fly.
Okay, how good is this from Liam Adcock? It's a season's best. It was previously 7.74. He's just left 7.86. And that's only 4 centimetres off his personal best. There is Aaron Booth, one of our wonderful, again, multi-discipline athletes. Very good decathlete is Aaron Booth. Liam Adcock rocking the nice mullet. Pops that one out.
So I was saying before we got very excited about that long jump, speaking with Ayla, what she said was, I said, how's Jacko feeling? She said, actually, he's feeling great. He just wants to do a PB. So to do that in round 1 takes the pressure off him slightly, but there's no time for relaxing in this men's shot put, because this man here is on a mission, and that man over there is going to be chasing his tail.
Well, he just looks so happy. He looks very relaxed and really calm, and he just seems as though he's in a good spot. And as we alluded to before, he'd had so many issues. Here's Shavich. Oh, that's a nice jump as well from Shay to get things underway.
Hayden will be happy with that. We had some good Shavich love over the National Track and Field Championships, and he's a great competitor.
So I think there may be a man crush involved there between Hayden Sherman and...
I tell you what, there definitely is. There's a lot of man love.
Very good mates. Yeah, get back to Jack, he just seems happy with everything that he's been through. And you're an athlete, Sarah Kelly-Ross, the joy has got to be a massive component of being able to compete to your absolute best.
You're 100% right. Jacko is...
just launched another one.
He sure has, and that happiness is, his dad's there, his mum's there. They are really, his coaching so critical to his daily life, and he's talked about having his family around him and the importance of that. He's got his 3 beautiful nieces here today who were very excited to see Jacko out there. So he seems like he's in a very good place, and his family is saying that as well. Well,
he's just thrown 21.78, so here's his first throws. 22 metres 12, personal best Jacko Gill. Follows it up with 21.92, which was 2 centimetres better than what his previous personal best was. And then a 21.78. Tom Walsh is second with a 21.79, trying to get this crowd involved. And he oversteps. And that looks significant. We won't be measuring it. Yeah, and I think he knows that one's pretty close too. As we head back to the men's long jump. Just seen Max Atwell jump 7.10. So 7 metres and 10 centimetres for Max. Now we hand it over to Abby Palmer.
Australia. And on the outside of them in lane 6, we've got the New Zealand.
Also as well, we've got some relay action coming as well, so it's coming thick and fast. We start to get into the evening here at the Sir Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourt Cooper and Co. Palmer. Good leap. So we will see New Zealand team. There it is, 4x100 metre relay. The New Zealand team will be going out of lane number 3. Team of Yoneto, Hawkins, Gill and Saunders. Josh Hawkins, who's another athlete who's just having absolutely outstanding season, be it on the flat or over the hurdles. I think we got, is that a little bit of precipitation that I see starting to fall out there?
Unfortunately it is, but let's hope it's not settling in. As you say, Josh Hawkins, great to see him get that national resident record at the National Track and Field Championships, and had a great race last weekend in Sydney.
What was that? Was that over the 100? Was that like second or third fastest of all time?
Well, over the 110 hurdles. Yeah. So he is the national record holder, but he's finding the form, that we saw many years ago from Josh Hawkins, and I really admire the way he's stayed in the sport, he's stayed committed, and he's having a great season, which is great to see.
Well, let's just get you up to speed with where we're at with the long jump just before we concentrate on the relay. Adcock leads with a 7.86. Shavich 7.4 metres. Max Atwell 7.10. Felix McDonald with a 6.68 metre opening lead. Aaron Booth 6.67. Now we've just seen William Freyer of Australia leap into second spot, 7 metres 69.
Oh, exciting times here at Waitakere, and I can tell you, I've just popped my head out and the rain is starting to fall. You can see it just drifting across your screens.
It's not drifting.
Yeah.
That's not drifting, fella. That's coming across pretty quickly.
Blown.
It's been blown at pace.
Much like our long jumpers, who might slightly be under the shelter. No, the rain will probably be coming in there. So we were hoping that we'd get through this meet before the forecast rain. It's supposed to turn to custard tomorrow, but it's just arrived a little earlier than planned for. But nevertheless, you can see the relay runners there trying to keep the baton nice and dry, which is key for those changes. They're trying to stay warm as well.
I think that's going to be one of the key ones. But it's nice to see a New Zealand relay team. I say it's Hayato Yoneto, who's going to be leading the New Zealand team off. Josh Hawkins, Hamish Gill, and Zach Saunders. So Hawkins, who's in a great vein of form. New Zealand 110 high hurdler, multiple national champion, New Zealand record holder. So another wonderful performance at the Sydney Track Classic. He won't mind chugging 100 metres into the breeze and the rain. We're underway.
So we've got the Otago team on the inside. Then in lane 4, it's the New Zealand A team. Then outside is the Aussie team. And then the New Zealand under-20s. Looks like
the New Zealand team, I believe, has dropped the baton. And so at the moment, it's just Australia and Otago. These are going very nicely. Tell you what, Otago's still flying the flag. John Herbert. He's going to bring it home for the Otago team. Only the two teams are going to make it. And that's a nice sharp time from the Aussies as well. It's around 38s, 39s. Well, so a baton change goes awry for New Zealand from Yoneto to Hawkins. Likewise as well for the NZ Under-20 team.
Here is your Under-20 shot put silver medalist. The national champs just 10 days ago. But yeah, those relays, when you're pushing it to the limit, there is millimeters in it, and so those changes are absolutely key.
We get ready now for the women's version, see whether or not the New Zealand team, who have been in a relay camp, whether they can maybe exact a little bit of revenge. It's going to be a challenge because the Aussie team is super impressive. Christy Edwards, Ella Connolly, Breen Masters, Tori Lewis to bring it home. New Zealand team will have Brooke Summerfield leading it out, Rosie Elliott, Georgia Hulls, and then Zoe Hobbs to finish. New Zealand Under-20 team. Tanya Van Rooyen, Tika Randall, Emily Fairclough, and Maria Alvaneda.
So Blessing Sefor, he just continues to improve that personal best. Started off with a 15.07. He went out to 15.40 in round 2, then 15.59 in round 3. He's sitting in 6th place in this competition. Here he is, national long jump champion.
I think you were outside when Sarah Kelly-Ross mentioned how there was a fair bit of man love for Shea down at the national championships.
A fair bit. There's a lot of man love for Shea, and look at that. That's a huge leap from Shea. You can see the 8 metre mark. That's what he's aiming for. The national record is just beyond that. He's got his sights firmly fixed on that national record one day.
He is well worthy of some man love with that. That is a big pop in challenging conditions. Yeah, he's got the breeze at his back. We know he's a good 100-metre sprinter as well. He has hit that board hard, and look at the spring.
Great stuff from Shea Veach. He's just seen his Otago teammates that he took out the 4x100 national champs with.
785. He's only a centimetre behind Leon Adcock.
That's huge from Shea Veach. I believe that's a personal
best. It's a PB by 2.
Yeah, we'll need to get the wind reading on that. But epic scenes as we see Aidan Harvey, the Australian shot put champ.
Start. Here we see the
bronze medalist from Bayes Athletics, Eliza McCartney.
As the women's shot put competitors get introduced.
Women's pole vault.
Oh, sorry, pole vault, excuse me. Sorry, I was looking at the shot put over there. Just having a look, trying to catch up with where everything's at. So they have gone through the first 3. They're talented enough. They probably could throw the shot put a decent distance.
Absolutely,
myself, that's for sure. He's Abby Palmer.
I would expect most of them to be double-figure shot putters.
So this is where we start to bounce around. Goodness gracious me, Shea Veach. Seeing some
in the shot put circle. Sorry to interrupt. Aidan Harvey improves his position with in 4th place with a 17.97. That's his best today. And Blessing Sefor has another PB, yet another one. He's thrown 3 today. So we go back to Palmer, one of the local boys in the long jump. And you can see they've laid that marker board, indication board down on the ground, just potentially as a sign of how that wind's sort of gusting through with that rain arriving.
And just the speeds just from those times, I should say, from those 4x100 metre men's relays. Australia 39.18, Otago 40.69. Team of McLeod, Rogers, McDonald and Gerber. Did not finishes for the 2 New Zealand men's teams. That's the full national team and the under-20 team as well. So as we say, this is The New Zealand under-20s on the outside. Talia van Rooyen will lead off for the under-20s. Christy Edwards in lane 5 for Australia.
Oh, beautiful.
Summerfield for
great
New
hang
Zealand.
technique. Just almost catching the wind, turning his body into a spinnaker, just drifting down the long jump pit there. So we've got the senior women on the left of your screen from New Zealand, and then Australia wearing the white and black right in the middle, and then it's the under-20 team. And look, I've got to say, we've got so many good young women coming through the ranks in New Zealand sprinting. Talia van Rooyen, she's the under-18 national champion. She's got the baton in her hand leading up. She'll be handing off to Tika Randall and then Emily Fairclough, and then bringing it home Marielle Venida, who won the bronze in the under-20s 100 and 200 metres at the national championships. So all we're missing for this team is the Collette sisters, Adira and Shael, who I'm sure will be watching this with interest.
We now sit and wait. We just love a good Aussie-New Zealand battle.
Lewis Arthur. Here we go. The towel is out. And this man, what sort of form is he in? I had a little chat to Lisa Adams, who was just admiring from the top of the stadiums, top of the grandstand here, just the form that this guy's in.
It's Walsh fouling out with his fourth throw, so still well behind Jack O'Gill. He's launching, that one not as big. Here we go with the relays. New Zealand in lane 4, Aussie 5, the under-20s in lane number 6. It's Christy Edwards for Australia. Summerfield to hand off to Rosie Elliott, and it's another drop for the New Zealand team at the first baton change as Ella Connolly streaks away down the back straight for Australia. Hands this one over to Bree Masters. Baton change is going better for the New Zealand under-20 team. Masters running the nice bend. She's going to hand this one off to Tori Lewis to bring home. And so Tori's going to streak down, but to very muted applause. Frustration for the New Zealand fans. Around that 43, 44. 46, 47 for the under-20s, but frustration for that New Zealand team, who, as I said, have been up at a sprint camp, but they could not transfer from Summerfield to Elliott.
Yeah, shame not to see Zoe Hobbs go up against the young Tori Lewis there. You can see on screen she's coming off 11.23 that she ran behind Zoe Hobbs' Oceania record in Sydney at the weekend.
Well, righty-ho, let's go out to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's with Martin Cooper from Harcourts Cooper & Co.
And you want me to look at you?
You just look at me and we're live now. So let's go. I'm here with Martin Cooper from Harcourts Cooper & Co, who's the principal sponsor of the Sir Graeme Douglas International. Martin, thank you so much for your ongoing support of athletics. And what brings you to be able to sponsor this event?
Well, athletics, big community event, you know, and we like to support the communities in which we work and live. So there's such good connections between sport and business, and it's excellence happening out there. The weather's disappointing us a bit tonight, but yeah, we just like putting money back into the community from where we make our revenue.
Well, wonderful to see you out here again. This is the second year that your sponsor's been the naming rights sponsor, as the crowd cheers on the long jumpers in the background. What are some of the key attributes which combine business and the sporting world?
Well, like anything, fine sports athletes, it's all the work that goes on behind, the planning, the discipline, the structure, the commitment. It's not just turning up to the big meets. So that very much same synergy about business. So there's a direct correlation between business excellence and sporting excellence. Possibly just don't quite, you need the mental fitness for business, not so much the physical fitness, but yeah, excellence in sport, excellence in business have the same principles. It's such a great learning you can get from sport. And a lot of good sporting people come into the business world and apply the same things they've learnt in sport and do extremely well.
Wonderful. Now, what are you most looking forward to seeing tonight? I know you're an athletics fan, a sports fan, and a huge backer of sport in New Zealand. So what's lighting you up tonight?
Well, I'm really looking forward. Just down here now, the shot put is... they've kicked off about 10 minutes ago. I don't know how they kick off the shot put. It's probably going to hurt their foot a bit. But seeing Tom and Jacko shotting it out, I think that'll be pretty good. And also Zoe, the wind was up before. I thought we might have seen the fastest ever 100 metres from a New Zealander tonight. A bit wind assisted, but hopefully that will clear up and we'll see that tonight as well. So it's all go.
It is all go, and thank you so much, Martin, for your support of athletics. Harcourts, Cooper & Co. This is the Sir Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourts, Cooper & Co. for 2023.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah, and we do have to say thank you to Martin Cooper and his team. They really do. They support not only events like this, but so many events right throughout the community, and it's great that they have a bit of time, a bit of space, and a bit of love for the track and field community. Right now, Shavich, he's trying to get a bit of love out of this crowd as well.
So Shay needs one more centimetre. He's sitting on at 7.85. That's 1 centimetre behind the Australian Liam Adcock. Oh, it's another big one. It's another big one. Does it get the white flag? It does. Oh, he's loving it. He's loving it here in Auckland in the rain.
Look at the speed. Look at the power. Eyes come up. Sight the board. This is brilliant.
And his marker is the furthest back, so he really emphasises the speed right from word go. A little spring to get going, and he uses that speed that led him to the 100-metre national senior title not so long ago.
7.99. 7 metres 99.
Now we are talking.
Oh, and look at this, and this is the camaraderie you get.
New Zealand record 8.05 set by Bob Thomas back in 1868.
1968.
Yeah, 1968, sorry. May as well be in 1868.
Wow, I mean, we've seen that performance there, okay, in 2023. Now you take that all the way back to 1968.
Amazing.
Extraordinary. And it's just another reminder about some of the outstanding records that still hold in New Zealand track and field that have been set for such a long period of time. Here's the women's pole vault. How's that for a field?
Oh, it's so exciting. And look, we've got the young up-and-comers. We've got the three queens of New Zealand pole vaulting all going head-to-head again, as if the national champs weren't enough.
And we've got a little bit of Aussie and Canadian flavour in there as well.
Absolutely.
Canada's got a very good pole vaulting pedigree in the female side of things. Alicia Newman winning the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast. Nika Newell, another one, very world ranked.
Right, so we're into round 5 in this men's shot put competition. This is Jacko Gill. He's got the lead of 22.12. That's a massive lifetime personal best. His dad watches on, keeping a close eye on proceedings. And Tom Walsh, he answered in that first round with a 21.79, almost a season's best. But since then, it's been 21.07, foul, 21.07 for Tom Walsh.
Here is Palmer wanting the crowd. And it's a good little crowd that's assembling as well. With a good stretch at the moment. Abby Palmer, his best is 6.44. Go back to Jacko.
Athletics New Zealand Annual General Meeting, a life member of Athletics New Zealand.
Just the distance is just dialing back, and you do have to wonder how much that is to do with the weather, which is just closed in on them. Here we see the wonderful Dame Valerie Adams.
From 1999 through the Tokyo Olympics in 2021.
braving the weather out there. You can see how it is really coming down.
She's been told there she doesn't have to worry about watering the flowers. That's taken care of today. Just an extraordinary career, and now obviously guiding her sister Lisa through her shot put career.
Right, William Freyer, he's sitting in third place, best today of 7.69. He's got 30 centimetres to improve up into first place. Shea Veach out to 7.99. We're still unsure of what the wind reading is, so we will bring you an update shortly. Oh, that looked pretty good. That beautiful hang technique that he's got. It really does look like he's just sets up the spinnaker and just sails it on. And so he's at the moment just behind his compatriot Liam Adcock, who's sitting in second place with the 7.86 from round one. And the first of our pole vaulters are underway.
$7.84 Freya.
There is slight improvement. It doesn't improve the standings, stays in third, so the ceremony to celebrate the career of Dame Val. What a career that was, man.
That was life member of New Zealand Athletics. After there, quite a wee way behind the board.
Got the single arm warmer. Or potentially it's just there to keep the sand off.
Just out of here in the 1,500 metres.
And so we're away in the first of our 1,500 metres. We have two of them for the boys. Now the field here, we've got David Lee, Max Karamanolis, Jack Payne, Russell Green, Michael Dawson, Rikito, or maybe it's the other heat.
That is the other heat. We've been throwing one there.
Oh, I've got it right here.
Absolutely throwing one there.
We've got Elliot Pugh, Louis Andre, Christian Duval, Callum Murray, Tom Mulai, Callum Stewart, Angus Munro, Nick Davies, Fionn Cullinane, Jacob Priddy, William Johnston, Jamie Mora, and Cameron Avery. So that's our field. You can see Cameron Avery just fourth from the front there, wearing the blue and orange of Christchurch Avon. He was our top placed athlete at the World Cross Country Champs about a month ago. And so now trying his arm at something a little shorter. He's got his eyes set on 10,000 metres over in California later this season.
I just want to point out the bloke at the back, Fionn Cullen. He won the 1,500 at the Porritt Classic. He did it extraordinarily. He sort of went out and then sort of stopped. Everyone sort of caught up with him, and then right at the very end it looked like he was basically dying, and then just in the last 30 metres he had this burst and he came through the inside and won. He's an assistant coach for the New Zealand track cycling team based out of Cambridge.
That's awesome.
He's a fascinating bloke.
Yeah. And
an outstanding moustache as well. Excellent volume and shape if you get the opportunity to look at the gentleman just running at the back of this pack at the moment.
Cameron Taylor to present the men's
So Callum Murray, we assume that he's doing pacemaking duties for this race as we get a little update on the standings in the long jump. And look at that from Shea Veach. If the wind is legal, which I highly doubt it is, it would be a massive 19 centimetre PB and getting very close to that national record.
See the rain coming in, although it's now a little bit more misty and not being blown as hard. We see more the flags down the far side, sort of fluttering more than being blustered.
So Elliot Pugh, he's one of the big up-and-coming juniors. He got the silver medal in the under-18s. And this is going to be a good little battle with the strength and endurance of a Cam Avery, trying to put himself against the quick wheels of Elliot Pugh, who trains alongside the likes of Sam Tanner and Julian Oakley and Tauranga. And then we've got two athletes behind, Angus Munro and Nick Davies, keeping a close eye on proceedings as well. But at the moment, Elliot Pugh leading Cam Avery.
Cam Pugh bring this one home. Avery looking very comfortable. They just continue to surge. Sitting nicely now. You see a little bit of a grimace. Pugh sights. Avery to the shoulder. Munro still there. Avery now. Straight sprint. Eyes ahead. Pugh just finds that extra gear and kicks. That's a really nicely timed run. Munro's going to get Avery on the line. Nice work though by Pugh to get the W.
Yeah, impressive from Elliot Pugh to go to the front and really own it from quite a long way out. He would have known the strength of those athletes behind him, but he did really well to hold them off. And look, we need to keep an eye on Elliot Pugh as he comes up through the ranks. Still a young man, and to be running that far under 4 minutes at that age is pretty impressive.
Shot put you just saw was from Harrison McGregor. It was a foul. So his best 16.40, the only competitor in the men's under 20s. What a great experience for him to be out competing with alongside Jacko Gill, Tom Walsh, Palmer, Aidan Harvey and co. So there's one more round of throws to go in the men's shot put. Jacko Gill leads with his first throw. Personal best. First time over 22 metres, 22 metres, 12 centimetres. He leads Tom Walsh through 21 metres, 79 with his first throw.
Seifert will just blast over the stop board, but he'll be pretty stoked to get some good PBs in the bag with the senior shot.
Well, that's his first foul. When you look at the series of throws, he's done really nicely. Started 14.70, 15.40, 15.59, then the 15.86, then a 15.37. That's 5 nice consistent throws before the effort throw, I suppose, to sort of round things off.
Absolutely. Here's Liam Nachok-Wolf from the prep throws squad in South Auckland under the tutelage of John Eden.
His best was his second throw of 16.44. Again, those last two athletes you saw, Sifo and Chuck-Wolf. It's wonderful young talent. And we see the presentation for the men's 400 metres hurdles.
Now this is a good little battle. Aidan Harvey, he's the national shot put champion from Australia from last year, up against Nick Palmer. They've kind of got similar PBs. At the moment, Nick's just got the edge. Best from Aidan Harvey of 17.97. Can he improve?
Saw a foot over the stop board there.
So he'll finish in 4th place, leaving Nick Palmer in 3rd. Early days as Hannah Addy takes down the bar. And if conditions for the pole vault weren't tricky enough with those crosswinds, we've just thrown in some sideways rain into the mix as well.
So Nick Palmer getting ready to step in. He'll finish 3rd in this one, Nick. Only had the 2 legal throws. His 3rd throw of 18.43. His 5th throw of 17.57. Very challenging conditions as they try and get the shot as dry as possible.
Yeah, so Nick's this season up over 19 metres, and so it's been a good progression from him, picking up that bronze medal in Wellington. And I'm sure that Nick will have his eyes on getting up over that magic 20-metre mark. Here he is, final throw in round 6. Well, that looks like a good way to finish.
Legal throw, it'll count. So Palmer 3rd, as we now head over to 2nd of our 1,500 metre races.
So this field, we've got David Lee, Max Karamanolis, Jack Payne, Russell Green, Michael Dawson, Rikito Ijima, Yasunari Kusu, Darian Sorori, Ryoji Tatezawa, Sota Takashima, Hinata Maeda, Masato Yokoto, and William Johnson and Ronan Codier. So a good international feel to this. Great to have so many of the top Aussies. Is one last chance for Tom. He steps over. That'll be it. Twice in a row. Jacko takes the big man down. Wow. Well, he really gave that one everything. Ended up sending his body over the stop board. So he came here for redemption. It won't be today, but we saw a wonderful battle out there, and it'll be interesting to see. Well, Jacko's passed for his final round, so that will be it. He'll go and shake the hands of the officials and his competitors. He is a man who's very happy with his craft at the moment.
He's just happy, period. Just a happy, happy human being. Just shut this one down with the first throw, you could argue. 22 metres 12. So a personal best. First time he's gone over 22 metres in his career. And the improvement, the ascendance of Jacko Gill continues. And Tom Walsh, well, you know, Tom will be back, but he will have to go away and just have a wee look, we think, and reset as we see Michael Dawson pacing through a trio of Japanese runners.
Yeah, so we've got Ejima and Yokota. They're just tucked in 2 and 3, and then Tatizawa, and then Russell Green there, who's been having a good couple of summers in the 1,500 metres.
Mike Dawson, they're pacing them through pretty much bang on 2 minutes for the first 700 metres.
And I haven't seen Eric Speakman. He was in our start list.
800 metres, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, first 800 metres. So we can see Russell Green there in 5th, but definitely the Japanese doing well to really stretch out this field after Michael Dawson set up the race beautifully. And so one of the Japanese just steps aside as we see Felix McDonald full of energy on the runway. So Tatizawa now pulling away as he gets the bell.
Very relaxed, loping along nicely. So he heads down into the back straight. And the breeze, as I say, just keep an eye on those Harcourt flags that you'll see down the back straight. Not blowing as hard as what they were. So it does appear as though maybe the breeze just lessening a little bit. More rippling, Hayden, as opposed to earlier in the evening where they were getting pretty heavily buffeted and bent over. Gee, this is a beautiful run.
Yeah, Ryoji Tatizawa, former Japanese 1,500 metre champ, really pulled away from this field. You've got Russell Green, who's timed his run to perfection to move into 2nd place, but this is going to be a commanding win from our Japanese athlete. Tatizawa, he's going to come through, and look at the clock. It's around about 3:43. Brilliant performance from Tatizawa. Russ Green for 2nd. That'll be a big run for Russ Green, the bronze medalist from 10 days ago at the national champs. And all these athletes coming through well under 4 minutes.
See what was impressive there. It looked as though that Masato Yokota was also doing a little bit of a pacing job as well.
Yeah.
For Tatizawa there too. So not bad when you got a couple of bunnies working for you.
Absolutely, especially in these sorts of conditions. Oh, look at that.
This has been
beautiful from Freya.
Long jumping competition.
So Shea Veach continues to lead this one. We've got William Freya in 3rd, who we see on screen. I just love this technique. Almost just freezes midair as he reaches out, drives with the hips, and here we are. Olivia McTaggart. Up she goes at 4:31. Not to be on that occasion.
Let's point out as well, there's 6 athletes that have leapt over 7 metres in the men's long jump. Shea Veach leading at 7.99. Liam Adcock 7 metres 86. Freya, who's been, all of his jumps have been legal and over 7 metres 60. His best is 7.8. Felix McDonald was 7.29 metres. Lewis Arthur 7.22. Hamish Atwell was 7.10.
Imogen. The bar at 4.31, gets up, has a look at it, pulls out. And here is second place in the competition in the long jump.
Oh, my goodness gracious me.
The crowd
likes
is
that.
loving this as well. Let's ride out near that 8-metre marker. Let's have a look how he is on the board. Perfect on the board. Floats, reaches.
So remembering Shea Veach leads this competition with 7.99. But I suspect by that reaction maybe he doesn't anymore. No, he doesn't. 8 metres 18 from Liam Adcock. Wow.
So just heard the stadium announcer there, Hamish Meacham, announces 2.7 metres tail wind. So that gives you an idea of where the winds are currently, but that has lit up the competition.
We're just going to take this jump on Shea Veach before we send it down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's out and about. Shea Veach. Well, so that wind at 2.6, so that's above the limit. Anything 2 and under. This man's been leaping out of his skin. Can he find some more? Oh! I'll tell you what, he's trying. He's trying.
Remember, national record 8.05.
We'll wait for the measurement while we do that. Let's go down to Sarah Cowley-Ross.
Well, I have the winner of the men's 1500 here tonight, Roji Tatsawa, all the way from Tokyo. How was your race?
Target time and PB. Not time, but number one, very happy.
Very happy. Number one, very happy. And I have his coach here as well, who ran in the race as well. Are you happy with the performance, coach?
Oh yeah, it was his second race in this season, and but he, as he said, we came here to break his personal best. But I think it was a really good performance for him.
And awesome, wonderful to have so many Japanese athletes here in Auckland. Have you enjoyed your stay in New Zealand?
Oh, very good Auckland. Very like.
Yeah. And what about you, coach?
Yeah, I really love here. So, people is very, very kind and the weather is really nice, and we really want to come back here again.
Well, we really want you to come back. Wonderful to have the calibre of athletes such as yourselves and some of the other runners here tonight. So any messages for the other Japanese athletes? Or you mentioned you have lots of friends watching at home on the YouTube channel. Any message down the barrel to the camera?
Okay, out on the track.
English.
見てくれている皆さんありがとうございます。なんとか1番は取れたんですけど、自己ベストを目指してたんで、そこだけまた頑張って日本のレースにいい状態で臨めるように頑張りたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
So thank you very much for the fans in Japan, and so he's not satisfied with the result today, but he's really looking forward to the coming season. So please look forward to this.
Well, kia ora, welcome to New Zealand. Thank you for coming. Our winner of the men's 1500 here at the Sir Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourts, Cooper & Co.
Happy athlete and a very happy coach as well. Love the goal. We came here for a PB, and so now you see the reason why coach was out there helping Mike Dawson with the pacemaking.
Absolutely. Yeah, really cool. And look, we'd love to have more of those Japanese athletes coming across for this, spending some time in the New Zealand summer and getting some training and some competition. But look at this competition here in the long jump. This is a real Kiwi-Australian battle. Felix McDonald, silver medalist. This is the final attempt here. Oh, no. So it's been a tricky day in the office for Olivia McTaggart. So missing at 4:31.
Here's McDonald, who's just been passed by Lewis Arthur, who's just jumped 7:35. Well, Here we see the first race for the women's 1500 metres. Just going back to the pole vault there as we watch the 1500. What a stark example about sport and what a different X number of days can make. On Saturday we were watching Olivia McTaggart produce a personal best, punching her ticket to the World Championships in Budapest.
Yeah.
And now, talking a matter of 5 days later, we're looking at her unable to, because of these challenging conditions, able to clear a mark that we would just really expect her to do, almost blindfolded.
40 centimetres below her best from the weekend. Ooh.
So you can see there how challenging these particular conditions are. Here's Freya, I should say. There's another big hang. Another big jump.
All right, so this is the first of our 1500 metres. Now we've got Charlotte Flood-Smith-Ryan. She's been given the pacemaking duties and leading out Emma Ferguson, who's been running really well recently. One of our extremely promising juniors took out the under-20 title at the national champs. And then just next to her, Sasha Letica in third place. We did have Bo Ritchie on the start list, but whether she's been bumped up to the next heat potentially, I'm not sure. But we haven't seen her as yet. We can see Charlotte Greenwood in fourth place. But at the moment, it's Charlotte Flood-Smith-Ryan, and then Emma Ferguson and Sasha Letica in third.
Interesting little development here in the men's long jump. Liam Adcock, who's just jumped 8.18 to take the lead, passing with his fifth attempt. So that means that Shaveach is back on the runway, trying to fire up the crowd. As the 1500 continues, this gets back to Shea, who's had such great speed on the runway again. He finds it. Oh, another big jump.
What flag's it going to be?
Oh, he's
keeping him waiting.
Making him wait there.
Now we just saw Eliza McCartney getting lined up. I assume the bar has gone up to 441. 451. Oh, 61.
So we're
464. Right. Okay. There was hand signals across the.
Yeah, we're having an issue just with the scoring system coming through from the pole vault. So it's at 446.
446. Right.
446. And I can tell you that Shea Veach, 798 with his fifth jump. He's got one more to go.
Oh, great finish here from Emma Ferguson. Your under 20s 800 and 1500 metre champion. She takes out the 1500 metre B final tonight. Great work from her as Charlotte Flood-Smith-Ryan set up the pacemaking duties.
Just give you a quick update with regards to that long jump. So Adcock passing in his fifth attempt. Shea Veach has put together a heck of a series. His best so far, 4.99. That fifth one was 4.98. He'll have one more chance, but my goodness, we've been treated to some wonderful long jumping. The breeze, for the most part, above 2 metres per second assistance, which means that records or PBs sort of would be negated. So here we go with Eliza McCartney. As she gets ready, let's go down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who I think's probably got one of the happiest men on the planet with her right now.
Well, I have a very fired up and very happy Jacko Gill here, winner of the men's shot put. Jacko, talk us through that 22 metres for the first time. How does that feel?
Yeah, stoked, can't believe it, to be honest. So very, very happy. Yeah.
How long have you wanted to throw 22 metres?
Since I was probably 16, it was always the dream. There's very few people over 22, so that was always the mark. And standards got better as time's gone on, but to get that 22, it's been a goal for a long time.
You've had a remarkable season so far, Jacko. You opened today with 22, then you backed it up 21.92, so your first and second best throw ever. Talk us through what's the difference in Jacko at the moment?
I think technique's improved quite a bit, and just really enjoying training. So it's I train with mum and dad and have Dale helping overseas, and it's just a really nice little setup that we've got going, and just enjoying every day. Yeah.
And I saw your three nieces here today, big fans. What's it like for you as an uncle having them come and watch you, and a big crowd here today to see you battle it out with Tom?
Yeah, it's huge. I live with my three nieces, so yeah, it's awesome, and just to see them here, it's awesome. Yeah, and my oldest niece, Mila, throws a shot put too, so yeah, it's cool to see them out here, and hopefully they continue doing it.
Now, let's talk about this rivalry with you and Tom, because we've talked about it a lot on the live stream, so it would be remiss of me not to mention it, but great to see the big fella step up again today. What's it like for you every time you step into the shot put circle in New Zealand and you have that rivalry here?
It's incredible, really lucky to have Tom. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry.
We've just got some women's pole vault going on in the background, but that's all right.
Lucky to have Tom over here doing what he does, and I heard he was into his first week of winter training, so I really appreciate that. And yeah, it's just he's always out there and always pushing me, and I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for him, so I really appreciate him coming out and pushing me.
Well, it was your day today, Jacko. 22 metres, huge congratulations. When can we expect to see you out here again?
Competing probably in June, July, so having a little winter build up, but I'll be out here training probably next week or so, yeah.
Great, well, congratulations again. Winner of the men's shot put, Jacko Gill at the Sir Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourts, Cooper & Co.
Well, you can just tell by the smile on his face what a wonderful place he is in. You can also tell as well he was very concerned there for Eliza McCartney as he sort of stopped the interview there just to make sure that she was okay.
Absolutely. I think he said what everyone was thinking as we saw that. So the girls, like we saw with the boys, really struggling with the conditions, and the boys had dry conditions, whereas the women have had a bit of precipitation. It looks like it's sort of calmed down in terms of raining, but there's definitely a lot of surface water still around.
We haven't seen a clearance from either Imogen, Eliza or Olivia.
So this is the final attempt for 4:46, her opening height. Oh yeah, there it is, Eliza McCartney. We needed one of them to clear a height, and she will be stoked with that to get that out of the bag. Almost a bit of relief there, just thanking that the grip did the trick.
Nice clear. There was plenty of space there as well.
It was, I wonder, she sort of shook that right hand, and I wonder if it was just the pole was sticking to it, and she was struggling to get it released out of her hand. Now here we have a big one. This is the women's 1500 metres, and we've got a really classy international field here. We've got Rina Nabashima from Japan, Laura Masik from Estonia, Cara McDermott from New Zealand, Ran Orabi from Japan, Zara Ford, New Zealand, Rebecca Meira from United States, Nozomi Tanaka, 8th at the Olympics. You can see her in second place, just behind Zara Ford from Japan, Laura Nagel, the national champion, Madeline Stradimo from the United States, Mizuki Michishita from Japan. Then we've got Rebecca Green, New Zealand silver medalist, Bridget Dennehy, Annika Grogan, Holly Manning and Tilly Hollier. Quality field. Last jump from Shea Beach. Can he crack 8 metres?
Well, he's given it a good nudge, but it's not going to be enough. The previous effort, by the way, Liam Adcock with a second 8 metre leap. 8.05. It'll be the Aussie that's going to take it. But Shay Veach has put together a beautiful series of leaps. Right now it's this women's 1,500 metres. Their wonderful international contingent from Japan. And you see there, Tanaka comfortably in front at the moment.
Yeah,
Nozomi dance.
Tanaka really in a class of her own. She's a sub 4 minute runner, and rightfully so. She has about a 20-30 metre lead on this pack. Slight figure, but what an engine, what a set of wheels she's got as she comes up to 800 metres in 2:13.
So everyone knows in terms of a New Zealand all-comers record set in 1980 by the great Mary Decker, 4 minutes 4.1 seconds.
So I don't think that will be threatened there. That's a similar pace to what Becky Green led Laura Nagel through in the national champs. It was an amazingly gutsy performance from Becky Green to just go to the front and try and run the legs off the rest of the field. In the end, Laura Nagel came through and was run to a PB and a national title to add to her 5,000 metres.
Look at this. It's like it's a training jog. And yet we all know she's moving, and she's moving at pace. But she's just looks so mellow and calm. All right, let's pick up the time here.
400 metres to go. 3:08, so expect her to run this last lap in about 65 seconds, so we could be on time for a tick over 4:10, something like that. But Tanaka, brilliant front running display. We can see behind her 3 athletes all bunching up. Laura Nagel is at the back of that bunch of 3 athletes, so it's going to be a good battle for second and third.
Thought that might have been Stradimo, the American, possibly in second spot. So Nagel at the moment sitting and moving into third spot. Tanaka at the moment, though, this has been a really nice display. Cruising along nicely. Although they're starting to close the gap just a hair, Hayden.
Yeah, definitely a bit of movement behind, and we know Laura Nagel's kick that we saw from the national championships, trying to just pick up who's that. Yeah, it's Maeda from America in second. Can they reel in Tanaka steaming down the finish line? Is Maeda, can she pull up the side? Tanaka holds on. Maeda in second. Laura Nagel, the New Zealand 1,500 metre champion, takes out third place. Well, that got a lot closer than what we were thinking. But Nozomi Tanaka ran it from the front, held on, guts and determination as we click back to Eliza with the bar raised.
4:62. 4 metres 62. There's Tanaka. Mira. And just confirmation as well that the men's long jump has concluded. Shay Veach's final attempt, 7 metres 77. So Liam Adcock there, your winner, with 8 metres 18. He also had 8:05 with his final attempt. Shay Veach, 7.99 metres, and Shay really put on a very impressive series of leaps. Started 7:40, then went 7:85, 7.99, 7.88, 7.98, 7.77. Now, even with the wind assistance, Hayden Sherman, just in terms of consistency and the way he delivered, the pop off the board, the speed on the runway, that's got to give him a lot of confidence.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been showing signs, ever since he won that senior national title, that some big things could be in the making for Shay Veach, and he's been inching up closer to that 8 metre barrier, which for New Zealanders has just been, a massive old bridge too far, based on how old that record is, way back to 1968. Incidentally, just set up the road in Whangarei, of all places. So one of the all-time national records, and wouldn't we...
What's with the Whangarei slander?
Not known for its world-class long jumping. When I first heard it was 1868, I immediately thought, it's got to be Mexico City Olympics, but no. It was done here in New Zealand.
Yep, the 20th of January 1968, Bob Thomas with an 8.05 metre leap in Whangarei. And again, just one of those great, those wonderful records that have just stood time. The likes of, Bill Bailey's got a bunch of records that still sort of sit there as well, including the 1 hour mark from 1963 that, of course, Hayden Wild had a little bit of a crack at. There's 800 metre record from the 3rd of February 1962. That one's still stuck around a little bit.
That one is definitely sticking around.
I'll tell you what, some of the 800 metre guys have been definitely trying to think like they're giving them a chance to close down.
Definitely.
Here's Eliza.
Oh. So she's got that short run up at the moment, so hasn't begun running off her longer approach. But even that short run up, she's still hitting a few issues.
So the longer run up, now I'm going from memory, the longer run up is the 12, the shorter one the 8.
Oh, you've got me
trying to
on the
remember.
spot there.
I'm trying to remember. What we have got though is
pole vault specialist in the.
We've got a little bit of time to try and do a bit of research and confirm that for us at the moment as we wait for Eliza to line up her next attempt. We're going to take a short break here. You're watching coverage of the Sir Graeme Douglas International.
Clinicians thinks the way your body works is fascinating. Look at what happens when you breathe. Your lungs are constantly bringing in fresh air, catching oxygen to power your body and getting rid of carbon dioxide. But in winter, our lungs may need added support. So we've created Prospan Bronchial Syrup, New Zealand's #1 natural bronchial syrup. It contains a unique ivy leaf extract to soothe the throat and help clear the airways, supporting your whole family's health this winter. Clinicians, keep your body working.
How do we get people to listen to us on the hits?
You should get comedians, you should get actors, you get TikTok stars.
Just people that aren't us.
Yeah, exactly. Just people who are famous.
You need to change your fashion.
So this stuff we're wearing now,
Oh no.
we need a catchphrase. Jono and Ben.
Like a mailbox.
Because they always deliver. Are we still on the billboard, or are we?
You guys are tiny.
Well, let's give it a go. Not so sure about this. Well, they seem to know what they were talking about.
Mornings are funnier with Jono and Ben. Weekdays from 6 on the hits.
The North Shore and the Northwest, such great places to live. We live in them, we love them, and we support them.
Well, here we are with the final attempt for Eliza McCartney at 4.62. Again, another miss. Working off the 8 stride, so still working off her short run. How much time has she got left? Now we can see, look at that windsock. The wind has dropped. You go back, if you're with us from the start of our broadcast, greatly appreciate your company here. Hayden Sherman, the coach, working alongside myself, Nigel. We've got the Olympian Sarah Cowley-Ross down getting some post-competition interviews with us. But now we see that breeze. Now you see it really sort of pick up. And that's the levels that the men were competing with. But it was anywhere near sort of the flag just there. It's hanging dormant before. Frustrating, challenging evening for our top pole vaulters. Down to Sarah Cowley-Ross again shortly. So it's 4.62. Just looking at that windsock again. She looks and waits. Challenging evening, as I said. You can see that there's been A little bit of rain around, has stopped, the breeze dropping slightly, but just still so challenging for our pole vaulters. We saw a wonderful effort by Nick Southgate in winning the men's pole vault. The best of 5:22, which, as we said at the time, Hayden Sheeman probably felt like a 5:30 or a 5:35 given the conditions he was battling. All of the athletes were battling. One last chance here for Eliza McCartney. It's just to sit and wait. Again. Yeah, a challenging night for our pole vaulters, as has been illustrated in the women's competition. And straight away, Olivia McTaggart, Eliza McCartney. Eliza wins with a 4:46. Any other person to clear? Eliza Meekings actually comes second.
Next up on the track, we have.
Let's go down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's out and about here at Trust Stadium Waitangi.
Well, what an exciting competition down here on the long jump runway we witnessed tonight. And I've got the winner here, Liam Adcock, all the way from Australia, round 4, 8:18. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was pretty awesome, actually. I wasn't really expecting to go that far, definitely. I got out of the pit and I was like, oh, that was a good jump. And then they measured at 8:18. I was like, whoa, okay, happy days. And it was a windy jump, so 2.3 on that one, which is unfortunate, but really stoked to get it out. It felt really good, yeah.
And you said you had to take a little rest in round 5 because the nerves were just building. Talk to us about how long you've wanted to jump over 8 metres, an elusive mark as a long jumper.
Yeah, so it's been a while. I jumped 790 as a 20-year-old like 6 years ago. Actually 6 years and like 2 weeks. So I was really trying to get over that mark. Had a few years off with injury. So I was really happy to get one out today. As thanks to Shave H, actually, he came second in the comp. He went out in round 3 with a 799 and kind of pumped me up, and I had to answer back to that, which I did in round 4, I think. So it was really good.
And you certainly did answer back to that. 6 years since you did a PB. Fortunately, the wind was in your favour in round 6, 8:05 legal jump. You're happy to be in New Zealand, aren't you?
Yeah, stoked, absolutely stoked. The rain started coming down like in round 2 there, and I was like, oh no, it's not good. But we had some good tailwinds through, obviously, with the illegal jumps, but it settled down a bit, and the rain dropped off, and had to pull it out. Those round 4 and 6 was really good. Yeah.
Well, all the way from Brisbane, you've come to Auckland, you've delivered on what you wanted to do. So congratulations today, and all the best for the Brisbane Track Classic.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, Auckland. It was awesome.
Winner of the men's long jump, Liam Adcock here.
Happy
First time
and
over 8
justifiably
metres.
so, but isn't it interesting?
Last PB
Again,
was 6 years ago,
element
so
that we
amazing
always
competition.
speak about, Hayden Sheeman, the competition side of it. I needed Shavich to just sneak that one out there. He jumped 799. I had to respond. It's that competitive element of these sort of contests that you just cannot underestimate. Some people are just scrappers. Some people are just fighters.
And we could hear the crowd as well from here every time they would jump, particularly those leading 4 boys. The crowd would really get behind it, and we're behind them every step of the way as we see the first of our 400-metre finals about ready to go. And I was just looking up how close he was to the entry standard for the World Champs. So we're looking at 8:25, so only 7 centimetres off it. So right in within range, and this event will definitely stack up some good points as he looks forward to Brisbane and Aussie champs.
You saw him wearing the Queensland University singlet, and again some great opportunities for athletes on both sides of the Tasman with those 2 events coming up, of course, culminating with the Australian National Championships. So here we see Jeremiah Rongo, Charles Rowland, Matthew Eadie. First of our 400-metre competitions for tonight.
Yeah, so the 400 in New Zealand, to be honest, has been a bit quiet over the last few years, but just in, I'd probably say the last 18 months, has seen a bit of a resurgence with a lot of boys dropping PBs and going well below 50 seconds, getting into the 47s and 46s. These three boys are yet to crack 50 seconds, so this will be a good little battle to see if any of these guys can dip under that little magic mark.
Jeremiah Rongo, they're running a really nice spin. Edie now replying, and here's the competition element. Roll finishing nicely as well. Rongo starting to battle a little bit. He's got the wobbles. Edie to the outside. He gets there. Windmilled his way to the finish. And he looks as though it's like, I was about to fall over. I'm glad that finish line came when it did. He was really starting to stagger, and everyone that's ever run has been there at some point.
Yeah, the 400 brings you to the deck, that's for sure. So you can see just on the screen there, it will be a 50-something for those three boys.
Well, that'll be interesting because you mentioned PBs all around that 56.8 for Jeremiah, 50.48 for Charles, and 50.67 for Matthew. So it'll be interesting to see how those numbers stack out. Mentioned about the New Zealand record. Sean Farrell set that in 1998. 46.09, and Wanganui. Just saw a wee shot there of Lisa Adams. There she is, along with Coach. So, pat on the back there.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Lisa in the grandstand just as the rain started coming through, and it was feeling a bit like Murphy's Law after great few days of weather we've had in New Zealand, and then just before your competition it starts to rain, but it looks like it's drying off a bit. There'll be a little bit of surface water on that shot put circle, but we've got Lisa Adams, the para star in the shot put, and Madison Weshi, our new leading senior women's shot putter, doing a very good job of filling the extremely large boots left by Dame Val.
Yeah, it's not easy, but the one thing I like about Maddie is straight away she's not trying to be anyone else but herself, and that's always that challenge, isn't it? Sometimes when there is that expectation, and Dame Valerie has cast such a massive shadow, and justifiably so. But the one thing I like is we see Jacko with one of his nieces there.
Nice.
That coming over. She's doing a good job here.
She's coming over to Alicia. Can we get a little family portrait here?
Look at that. That's what it's all about right there. It was lovely to hear Jacko talking. There's those three nieces, where he lives, and as we said, just a very, very happy young man at the moment. There's Jacko Gill. And even happier tonight if you're just joining the live stream. Jacko Gill with a personal best, throwing over 22 metres for the first time in his career. 22 metres and 12 centimetres, a comfortable win. It's got to be said over Tom Walsh in their shot put rematch. As we get ready now for the second of our men's 400 metres, it'll be another all New Zealand affair with Jacob Douglas, Stephen Thorpe, Jackson Roger, Zach Saunders, Kahurangi Cottrell and Thomas Cowan.
Yeah, good to see Zach coming back from the 100 metres earlier this afternoon. And Kahurangi Cottrell is the under-18s champ. So good youthful feel to this one. Jacob Douglas running in lane 2. He got the silver medal in the under-20s. So, as I said, we've got some quality young athletes lining up in the one-lapper this season, and the likes of Zach Saunders really strong over the 100 and 200. Really cool to see him applying his craft now to the full lap.
Well, we're just going to leave that. Let's go down now to Sarah Cowley Ross, who's got Eliza McCartney with her. Let's just leave this for the moment. Down to Sarah.
Well, I've got the winner of the women's pole vault here, Eliza McCartney, 4:46. I saw you go over the bar a little. Woo! Talk us through it.
Oh, Well, actually, the conditions are not terrible right now, but we had some pretty difficult conditions all through warm-up, and then it started raining, which just made it even worse. So the poor people at the earlier heights had wind and rain to contend with, and thankfully by the time I came in, there was no rain. But yeah, it was one of those days where you just take what you can get and move on.
Take what you can get and move on. Now, talk us through the next height, 462, some good run-up practice in there.
Yeah, you could say that. Just a bit of training, getting some running in. Yeah, no. I think just once I got that 446, it was a really big effort just to get that one height that I just kind of lost it after that, and quite frankly maybe should have actually just called it then, but nah, that's all right. I did some run-up practice.
Hey, well, it's great to see you out there, and also great that we've got Imogen and Olivia out there. Not their day today, but great to see Olivia get over that world champ standard in the weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no brainer. The women's pole vault right now is just doing so well, and not only do we have the New Zealanders here, we've also got a couple internationals as well, so it's really cool to have a nice field. It's not like back in the day where there was just a few of us jumping at 3 metres or whatever. It's really cool just to have that depth in the sport right at home. We don't even have to go to Australia anymore.
No, you don't. Well, it is really cool to see you out there. I know you would have wanted a higher height tonight, not to be, but onwards for the next one. So the winner of the women's pole vault, Eliza McCartney.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and just lovely to see that young lady back and competing as we see the closing stages of this very interesting 400. Here comes Cottrell trying to catch up to Saunders. Rogers on the inside. They come down to the line and get all those times. 48, 49-ish there, Hayden Shearman.
Yeah, pretty smart running and good strength from Kahurangi. He looked like he might have been able to pull that lead back, but Zach Saunders up to the challenge, held tough over these final stages. You can see there the effort that Kahurangi Cottrell, one of the local boys, this is his home track, using that tailwind, but Zach Saunders had it in the bag. Comfortable win to add to his 100-metre victory earlier this afternoon.
Now, there is just a very slight delay at the moment with regards to the timing coming through. So as soon as we actually get some of those times and we're able to confirm in terms of how they stack up with regards to their previous personal bests, we will let you know. I just get a feeling that one. I thought Cottrell looked very close to going sub 49. And remembering, this is a young man who's 17 years of age. Saunders 20, Rogers 21. Which again illustrates the point that the coach Hayden Shearman just made before about how there's, again, this nice just crop of single lappers coming through.
Well, let me bring up the top 20 this year. We've got, I want to say, 14 of the top 20 have dropped PBs this year in the 400 rankings. And then last year it was about 16 or 17 were dropping personal best. So that shows growth after a bit of a quiet few years in the quarter mile. Seems like we're starting to get some real depth back. We go right back to 2019 where we had an athlete under 47 seconds. That was Bailey Stewart. And now we've got the likes of Liam Webb, Tommy Tapuni, Lex Revel-Lewis, and even decathletes like Max Atwell running really well.
It's interesting here. You go back to the men's long jump here, as we see Madison Lewishi getting ready.
I know. I want to know if she's wearing the sunglasses, but we'll come back to that shortly.
Shay Veach is 7.99, a plus 1.8 metre per second win behind him. So that makes that personal best.
It does.
It makes it legit. So he's now just a centimetre off 8 metres, 6 off that amazing long jump record set in Whangarei in 1968. So we're starting to get the numbers coming through. And there were some big numbers in behind Liam Adcock's 8.18. That was with a plus 2.3. So if the wind speed is 2 metres per second or under, then it can be accepted as a record or a personal best. Anything over than that in terms of the long jump, it it goes out. So that's nice for Shea. So
well, for Shea Veach, that moves him up to second equal all time. That's the longest jump by a Kiwi since 1998. So that's how impressive that is.
It's wonderful to see.
Biggest jump by a Kiwi this century. Huge from Shea Veach. And that is only 6 centimetres away from Bob Thomas's record.
And Shea's 23 years of age, 24.
Yeah, 20. Let me just check. 23.
Here it is here.
22.
Here it is. Bang, accelerate. Look at that. You can see the excitement. 7.99. He's a national champion in the long jump. He's a national champion over 100 metres as well.
All right, it's 400 metres. We've got John Gerber running in lane 1, Troy Middleton, James Ford, Lex Rebel-Lewis, Tommy Tapuni, Max Atwell, Josh Ledger and Fergus McClay. This is a really quality domestic 400 metre field.
There you see Tapuni, Rebel-Lewis. Again, these athletes are all just around 20, 21 years of age. Gerber's only 22, Middleton 20 as well. Continue to chug away nicely round that top bend. This is going to be pretty even as they come in. You can see Ledger and McClay, but it's Rebel-Lewis and Tapuni. Lex with a bit of an advantage. Now here comes Ford. James Ford trying to finish hard. Over the top comes Tapuni. That's nicely run. Times again in that 47 zone.
Yeah, impressive strength from Tommy Tapuni. Bringing it home. He was aware of those footsteps behind him. James Ford using the 800, 400 strength that he's got. You never count out John Gerber in the last stages of a 400 either, running in lane 1. But Tommy Tapuni kept that form, really upright style that he's got, driving the arms all the way to the finish. Lex just running out of gas over those final stages, but low 47s, and there could well be some big personal bests in there.
As I said, when we get the timings coming through, we will confirm those for you. And we see our javelin athletes getting ready, and that'll feature a few multi-sporters in there, multi-eventers. So as well, we've got a couple of women's 400 metres to come up, the second of which will feature Rosie Elliott, who's set a personal best in the 400 of 52.16, and I suspect she'll be more than just a little bit disappointed with the way the relay ended for New Zealand, with the handoff going to deck.
And I just wonder if that's going to leave those Kiwi girls a little bit hungry, and namely Zoe Hobbs and Rosie Elliott. Could that just leave a bit of fire in the belly?
Well, I think in the terms of Zoe, as opposed to running 200 metres tonight, she's only going to run the 1. So
yes,
is that, and we talk about that those wind conditions, and we look at those numbers, and if it's just dropping, and again it's just fluttering slightly. Now, yep, it is a little bit damp, but it will be really fascinating to see what can be done.
If I'm a 1500 metre runner turning up here, I'm saying conditions are perfect right now with this wind dropping. If I'm a 400 runner, I want a little bit more traction, particularly getting out of the blocks. So maybe the wet surface conditions might come into it. But we're going to cross down to the winner of the men's 400 with Sarah Cowley-Ross.
Well, he's very happy to have a few extra breaths after that run. Tommy Tapuni, winner of the men's 400 today. You got up after getting second at Nationals. How did it feel?
It was all right. Yeah, I'll take it, considering I got sick. I actually had COVID at Nationals and didn't know. So I've been sort of just lying down the whole time, and then come out here and win. It's pretty good.
Well, that's not a bad performance, actually, if you had COVID at Nationals. So, Tommy, what's on the program next for you, and are you happy with the 400 distance that you seem to have chosen this season?
I haven't chosen it just yet, but just sort of dabbling in it at the moment. But I'll probably run to Brisbane next week, I think it is, and then Aussie Nats as well. So hopefully get some faster times in the 1 and 2 to transition over to the 4, probably next season maybe.
Well, congratulations on your win tonight. Great to see you out there, and all the best on the COVID recovery and also at the Brisbane Track Classic next weekend. Tommy Tapuni.
Yeah, we're just having a look at Tommy Tapuni's time, Sarah. Thank you very much for that. Tapuni with a 47.63. Lex Revel Lewis 47.82 and James Ford 47.96. So the top three athletes, age of 21, 19 and 18 for those three athletes, all sub 48 for the one lap.
Yeah, it's great to see 400 metre running nice and strong, and the fact that we've got three finals to get through is a sign of the depth and the interest we've got in the quarter mile at the moment. Well, I shouldn't call it the quarter mile. It's not exactly a quarter mile, but it's a one-lapper. And we're going to take a quick break here at Waitakere. We will see you shortly.
Clinicians thinks the way your body works is fascinating. Look at what happens when you breathe. Your lungs are constantly bringing in fresh air, catching oxygen to power your body and getting rid of carbon dioxide. But in winter, our lungs may need added support. So we've created Prospan Bronchial Syrup, New Zealand's #1 natural bronchial syrup. It contains a unique ivy leaf extract to soothe the throat and help clear the airways, supporting your whole family's health this winter. Clinicians, keep your body working.
How do we get people to listen to us on the hits?
You should get comedians, you should get actors, you get TikTok stars.
Just people that aren't us.
Yeah, exactly. Just people who are famous.
You need to change your fashion.
So this stuff we're wearing now,
Oh no.
we need a catchphrase. Jono and Ben.
Like a mailbox.
Because they always deliver. Are we still on the billboard, or are we?
You guys are tiny.
Well, let's give it a go. Not so sure about this. Well, they seem to know what they were talking about.
Mornings are funnier with Jono and Ben. Weekdays from 6 on the hits.
The North Shore and the Northwest, such great places to live. We live in them, we love them, and we support them.
Well, welcome back here to the Sir Graeme Douglas International. It's a beautiful event about to start. It's the women's shot put, and it looks as though the conditions are going to help them a little bit more than it did the blokes. Although, that said, Jacko Gill did throw a personal best, 22 metres, 12 centimetres. There you see this wonderful field.
Yeah,
just actually looking at some of the times as they roll through the field that they've got here for the women's shot put, and this will be very much dominated by Madison Liueshi. There she is. No sunnies, but she has got the cap.
Yeah, got the sun hat on. You got to have some sort of sun protection.
Of course, we'll also see as well Lisa Adams as well. We were just looking at some of the times for those 400 metres and sort of mid to late 47s for athletes sort of 18, 19 and 20. And we were just talking about just depth.
Yeah.
You know, it just appears as though that, yep, we know the rock stars. We know Zoe, we know Eliza, we know Olivia. We've seen, it's a shame we don't get to see Tian, but he seemed to be really hitting his straps. We know Eddie, Sam Tanner and the like, those athletes that we're seeing competing on the international stage. There's Lisa. But it just appears as though underneath, the depth just really seems to be firming up really solidly at the moment. You're absolutely ensconced in it far much more than I have been. You've been involved for a longer period of time. Is it just me, or are you seeing that depth growing right underneath it at the moment?
Yeah, no, I definitely think we are seeing a growth, and I do wonder, if it's the effect of social media and streaming, just putting a bit more of a spotlight on these athletes, so they feel like they want to stick around a little bit longer, and there'll be parents and family members of these athletes right on screen now who will be able to cheer them on through this stream online. So, yeah, it's brilliant to see athletics growing and growing every season, going from strength to strength. But this is the first of 3 timed 400-metre finals.
Yeah, and this is the field has been hit ever so slightly here. So it's Sophie Atkinson running in lane number 5 with the advantage over Lucy Shannon. And also it's Amy Shannon on the inside lane at the moment, but it's going to be Atkinson at the moment who's leading them down. Shannon's still got a little bit there, trying to close the gap. Looks as though Atkinson, though, has got it nicely in control, and she's going to bring them through. It's only around that sort of 56-ish mark. She's got a PB of 56.64. Lucy Shannon also with a good PB of 56 as well. Interesting to see what those times come through to. As we said, it's timed finals. The next...
That's the position you take after running 400 metres. Hands on knees, just trying to suck the oxygen back to where it's required in your body. It's absolute depletion.
And if somebody's put some hurdles in the way, you're just splayed out on the ground. You are just absolutely face down, really sucking in the big ones. There you see para and shot put athletes. So this is the second of the women's 400 metres, and Rosie Elliott will be starting in lane number 5.
Yes, so apologies. I said it was 3 finals of the 400, just the 2, and this final one is going to be an absolute cracker with Kate Borton, Chantel McDonald, Stella Peerless, Rosie Elliott, Jessie Andrew, Jenny Halker, and Emily Fairclough. So expect this to be hot. Really, all we're missing from this one is Portia Bing.
Well, I think the word hot, is actually quite appropriate, because Rosie, and I think that look on her face might tell a little bit of a story, was part of the women's 4x100 metre team, missed the baton exchange, and she's always a pretty focused athlete. But there just seems to be a little bit of steam coming out of those ears. I do wonder whether that's just sort of, as you pointed out, just got a little bit under the griddle a little bit, whether we'll see that sort of steam come out when Zoe Hobbs comes running as well. There's Jenny Hauke of New Zealand, one of the veterans, I suppose.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Rosie Elliott will be hungry. She's the 200-metre record holder, but at this event last year, she decided I'm a 400 racer, and now she finds herself as the New Zealand 200-metre record holder.
It'll be interesting to see what impact the young lady outside of her in lane number 6. That is Jessie Andrews out of Australia. She's got a PB of 53.33. There is Rosie there. 52.16. Said that earlier in the year. I think that might have been at Potts. Broke Monique Williams' 200 metres record, as did Georgia Hull. So let's see what Rosie Elliott can do.
Yeah, looked like a quick start there from Andrews in lane 6, really making up a lot of that stagger, and even having a slight lead, you'd say, over Rosie Elliott, who is running there in lane 5. So Andrew has the lead as they come up towards 200 metres.
Don't worry about the head wobble with Rosie Elliott. It does sort of happen with not every athlete has got the beautiful still head, and right now she's starting to put in some big strides, and now she catches up on Andrew as she comes through. Just over 100 metres to go, and Elliott is in front, leaning. She reckons she's not a great bend runner. She's run that one okay, and she's got a great advantage. Andrew at the moment in behind. Then you go back to Stella Peerless. Rosie Elliott. This is a really good run. Stretching out, looking at the times. Around 52-ish, maybe late 53s.
Pretty impressive there from Rosie.
There you go. There she is.
Good to see her finishing a 400 still on her feet as well. She's definitely becoming more accustomed to the event. And it really looked like as she was going into that northerly breeze on the back straight, she just held back a little bit, allowed Jessie Andrew, the Australian, to open up a bit of a gap and maybe a bit of a carrot to chase, and then once she hit that top bend, and like you say, she says she doesn't like running bends, but it really seemed like she just switched up a gear and moved into the lead, and then used that friendly tailwind to blow her on home.
Yeah, well, it was interesting speaking to her because, she, as I said, I was lucky enough to have a bit of a chat with her prior to this competition. She said about, don't run the bends well, and I'm kind of like, okay, well, you're the 200-metre record holder in New Zealand. You must do a reasonable match. I got lucky one day, that sort of a thing. She's a lovely young lady to be able to speak with. But she says she hits her top speed very late in her events. And that seemed to be illustrated there. You talked about having that wee carrot to chase. As soon as she got round about 150 to go, she just really put in that big effort. And it'll be interesting to see what the time is. So I don't know if it'll be a personal best, as we just wait for all the collation of the two heats to come together. There is Lisa Adams. It's Dory as well, getting ready for her first throw. And we're not too far away as well from some 100-metre races. And that also means we're not far away from the absolute rock star of New Zealand track and field at the moment, Zoe Hobbs, who, as I said, never got the chance in the 100-metre relay. It's Caitlin with her throw.
So all of our para shot putters are in the F37 category. So it's good to be able to key off each other. So we won't need to rely on percentage of world record to work out those placings. It'll be nice and simple.
Matthew Eading and Charles Royal, please come to make your way to presentations.
And as you can see, the rain has stopped here in Waitakere. A little bit of a breeze coming down that home straight, but that is good news when we're thinking about the 100 metres getting underway. Not too far away, as we see Brianna Stevenson in the shot circle. Probably better known as a long jumper, but been plying her craft this summer in the shot put circle as well.
You see what a lovely sight underneath the lights. And we are underway. Then we see our Atamaama Fava, excuse me. So we've been talking about the contribution of our international athletes. It's always great as well to have our Pacific Island brothers and sisters competing as well. And continue to wait for the women's 400 metres times to come through. In fact, I don't think we're too far away from possibly going down and having a chat with Rosie Elliott as we continue to focus at the moment on the women's shot put.
So Natalia Rankinchita fouls in the first round. So Tuata Faiva through a 14.66. Brianna Stevenson up over 10 metres with a 10.64. Bronze medalist from the heptathlon back in February. See the javelin throwers getting warmed up as Susie Kennelly gets her evening underway in the shot put.
So we're trying to get the updating. The results are coming through because they are combined. Just a slight delay at the moment. A reminder, we've still got para 100 metres to come. We've got men's 100 metres.
Kate Haley now silver medal in the under 18 shot put. Now throwing the 4 kg implement, the seniors and under 20s implement, as opposed to the 3 kg for the under 18s.
So while we watch this shot, but let's head down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's got the winner of the 400s, Rosie Elliott, with her.
Well, I've got Rosie Elliott here, fresh off another victory in the 400 metres. Rosie, you had a composed race, but you brought it home. How did it feel?
It actually felt really good while I was running. As you said, it felt composed, which is not always how my races feel.
Well, the girl outside you, Andrews, she went out hard. Were you running off her, or were you focused on running your own race?
A bit of both. I was making sure that I knew where she was and that I was staying within a good distance of her. The Australians all sort of run like that. They all go out very hard for the first 200. So even though she's new to the 400, I haven't seen her run much, I sort of assumed that was probably what she would do.
Well, Rosie, it's been an amazing season for you, and tonight another victory, some valuable World Athletics ranking points. But when will we expect to see you out here again, cracking another 400?
I'll be running in Brisbane next weekend, and the weekend after that I'll be doing the Australian Nationals in Brisbane again.
Brilliant. Now let's just touch on the 4x100 metre relay today. An unfortunate mishap. Talk us through what happened there.
So Brooke got us off to a pretty strong start, and unfortunately we ran the relay while it was raining, and the basin was a lot wetter than I thought it was going to be, and it just slipped slipped out of my hand as Brooke was letting go of it. And so someone suggested to us that we should have got some of the sticky spray that the pole vaulters use. So remember that for next time.
Yeah, hopefully you will remember that for next time. I'll remind you, actually, because we want that batting going round. Well, Rosie, congratulations on an amazing New Zealand domestic season. 52-1-6 in Whanganui at the Cooks Classic. What's been the highlight for you apart from that?
Well, I mean, I'd have to say the 200 metre New Zealand record. It was so unexpected and such an exciting thing to do.
Forgot about the 200, you know, I was on the 400. So Rosie Elliott, winner of the 400 metre here at the Sir Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourts, Cooper & Co.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah Cowley-Ross. And she's always a great interview. She's got a wonderful personality, Rosie Elliott, and always just so incredibly forthright and honest. I was having the pleasure of chatting to her the other day, and I opened up the interview by saying, well, what are you, 400? You're a 200. And she just starts giggling. She's just got a wonderful personality, and she's so good to have in New Zealand track and field. As of yet, we still haven't had those times come through, so we can get some kind of confirmation on the time. Now we've got them come through. And so Rosie Elliott with a time of 43.22, 43.22. Sorry, 53.22, excuse me. Juicy Andrews, 55.07, and Stella Peerless, 55.53 as well. So we see Lisa Adams getting about her work.
Yeah, just fouling that one out. Looked like it just got away from her a little bit. And she's more than happy to just stomp on the stop board there. So there's confirmation of those 400 results. We also had the men's para with Mitch Joint just storming to the finish line again. So the T38 New Zealand record holder, and Jackson Woolley not too far behind him. And so we'll bring those results to you as soon as we get them. Brianna, the heptathlon bronze medalist in round 2 of the shot.
We saw as well, here is the first heat of the 100 metres. Yaneto, Trago, no Tommy Tapuni, that's why that lane is vacant. Guthrie, Croft, Wilson, Veach, Taylor, who jumps, goes a little bit early.
Now I can confirm Mitch Joint was just 0.01 of a second outside of his New Zealand record in the 100, and Jackson Woolley 0.14 outside of his New Zealand T38 record.
To 5 up with her second attempt.
From the USA. And in first place, Nozomi Tanaka from Japan in 4:14.
Nicely out there from Atamama. So you see the 100 metre field minus a couple. So Yaneto, Trago, lane 3 empty. It's Tommy Tapuni. I've already seen him compete in the 400. Here's Natalia Rankin-Chita.
So fouled in the first round. Looking to get a mark on the board in round 2.
James Guthrie Croft is in 4. Cody Wilson 5. Shea Veach 6. Caden Taylor 7. Lane 8 will be vacant. No Jackson Rogers. I just wonder sort of what Shea Veach is thinking at the moment. He's jumped a PB in the long jump, just a centimetre shy of 8 metres. You suspect he would be fizzed up beyond words. And as you know, he's a confidence athlete.
And then you've got the likes of Tyrone Trego, the New Zealand Secondary Schools and under
nice start.
20 champion.
Look at the start, though, by Veach. Oh, he having himself a night. They ain't catching him. What a nice night for Shea Veach. I'll be fascinated at the time, but that's just, he made that look so easy. Got up and was gone.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with the start. You know, if you're focused on the long jump, you're probably not going to do that much start practice. But look at him out of the blocks. Very, very quick, right up to speed. The acceleration, you can see he's already got, half a metre after about 10 metres, and then continues to accelerate away, but very, very close for that second place in the first of our 2 finals.
I mean, Guthrie Croft maybe from Wilson, do you think, inside as opposed to out?
Very close. And this is, again, when we're talking about depth in New Zealand sprinting, it's great to have, 19, 20-year-olds, 17-year-olds lining up in a really quality B final.
This one here could be fun because, as you can see, 5 Australians, a couple of Kiwis, and Taju Hongo from Japan. Jake Doran in lane 5. Jake Penny was the man who anchored the 4x100 metre relay team home.
Yeah, we've got 4 of the top 5 Aussies right now over this side of the Tasman, and I'm really pumped to see them. It's a real shame that we don't have Tian or Eddie competing. Tian has had COVID, so thoughts going up to Tian, who's probably tuned into this, and maybe Eddie's tuned in as well. So wish you boys were here with us, but I'm sure we'll get another opportunity. And it gives a chance for the other Kiwis to try and keep tabs on our Aussie guests.
Well, it's going to be Hamish Gill and Josh Hawkins who will fly the Kiwi flag. And Hamish Gill's coming off. He didn't have a bad effort the other night at the Sydney Track Classic either, if memory serves. He ran a pretty sharp little time.
Absolutely. So 10:39 for Hamish Gill. And he was pretty pumped after getting DQ'd at the national champs. But there's Hawkins. He's been having the season of all seasons, PBing this season in the 100 and getting very close to his national record in the 110 hurdles. So his flat speed's right up there. But this is a very quality field.
Connor Bond in lane 1. Caleb Law, lane 2, both from Australia. Hamish Gill, New Zealand in 5. Jacob Despart of Australia in 4. Jake Doran, Aussie in 5. Jake Penny, Australia in lane 6. Taju Hongo of Japan is in lane number 7. And Josh Hawkins, New Zealand, lane number 8. Hawkins, as Hayden alludes to, has been just outstanding, be it flat or over sticks. Third quickest time. He's already the New Zealand record holder. And he's been going really well. Doran will be the man to keep an eye on. 23 years of age. Here's Lisa. And another one just a little frustrated there, Lisa, tonight. Step again on the stop board.
She's got a 14:28 from round 1 as the Speedy boys get into their blocks.
So just a reminder, Bond 1, Law 2, Gill 3, Despart 4, Doran 5, Penny 6, Hongo 7, Hawkins 8. We look straight away. Nice start from Hawkins, nice start Hongo. Here comes Doran though, he's got up on the toes and he's gone. This is going to be a really nice run, he's done it easy. That's why he's one of the best in Aussie. Wow.
Yeah, reigning Australian champion, really proved his worth. Great start from him, and then continued to accelerate. So it was actually very even, but just through that acceleration phase, Doran just eased away, and then that top speed is just a click above the others, and then all the way to the line. And it looked like a 9 still on the clock when he crossed the line. We're going to have to keep an eye on these results as they come through.
Well, Shave each with a 10.54 in the previous race.
And do we have a wind reading on that one?
No, we do not.
No, not.
A niggly part of it, of course. So, Veach with a 10.54. He's looking over. Gee, I tell you what, that's going to be really interesting.
It's still 9.
As we look at the replay, great work by the Stream Shop team there in stopping that.
I know these clocks are notorious for being slightly behind, so let's not read too far into it. But it's okay to get excited, everyone at home. It was quick, and we know they've got a nice, healthy tailwind blowing them home, which has veered between just legal to just over the limit. But as soon as that result comes through, we will fire it back to you.
So then you see that's the current status of the women's shot put after 2 rounds, and Madison Liwishi, 18 metres 91.
Straight into her work. Great stuff. So she hit 19.13 to take out the national title. Her personal best, of course, from the World Champs, where she got 7th, is 19.50. So getting up close to that sort of mark, and in these cooler, wet conditions, that's a good start from Maddie. And without the sunglasses, of course.
Well, we're on to something possibly. Well, let's go down now in Sarah Cowley losses with the winner of the 100 metres.
Jake Doran, all the way from North Queensland. Where's the trip over here, Jake?
Well, I mean, it's very cold for me, and it is a long way, but no, I love coming to New Zealand, especially Auckland, and switch it up and get a pump in.
Well, I'm sorry that we couldn't have our top Kiwi sprinters in action tonight. Tian Weltman coming down with COVID after Nationals, but, talk us through that race.
Oh, look, when Tian and Eddie aren't here, it's always difficult when the local boys aren't in, but the Aussies, they're in shape as well, and to get the tip of the hat over those guys was really important. I sent a message to Tian. I wanted him out here tonight. We've had some good races in the last year or so, it sucks for him, but no, what a race tonight.
Well, wonderful to have all the top Aussies over here. All the best for the rest of the season. The Brisbane Track Classic coming up, but hopefully we'll see you back in Auckland again next year.
You will. I love it here. I'll see you back here.
Awesome. Jake Doran, winner of the men's 100 metres, here tonight at the Sir Graeme Douglas International.
Well, it's great to have him fizzed up about being here in the 09. So absolutely stoked. And trying to wait for the time to come through. As you said, we saw Shave East with a 10.54. As there you see Bottas getting ready for the men's javelin. Sadly, from a New Zealand point of view, we don't have any Tori Peters, who was scheduled to compete but just had a issue in training and so was withdrawn. She is here though, saw her wandering around earlier today ahead of the tournament, ahead of the competition starting.
So this is Doi Bota, the senior men's champion in the javelin, and he's still very young, but he is starting his senior career in exactly the right way. And it's been a little while since we've had some real depth in the javelin, but so far Doi starting well. Right, we've got some results.
Okay, 2 really important things here. So Jake Doran, he's run a 10.2. But what is interesting is the wind speed, 0.01. 0.1, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, yeah.
Those when we start looking ahead as we get ready for the first of the women's 100 metres, in terms of the wind speed, that's very good. So it was Doran in a time of 10.2. Taju Hondo was second, 10.36. Likewise, Jake Penny, 10.36, the other Aussie. Hamish Gill, 10.41. Josh Hawkins, 10.6 flat. Now as we go back to the first of our women's 100 metres. Kiana Pohi, Talia Van Rooyen, Georgia Hulls, Mario Vanita and Charlotte Goldsmith. Hulls in the middle. Going with her nicely at the moment is Vanita. Hulls now starts to get about her work. Vanita trying to stay with her. Georgia Hulls to the line. It's a good run by Georgia. Vanita second. And then Talia Van Rooyen coming through for third. Pohi and Goldsmith. Again, this is just highlighting the depth that we're starting to build in New Zealand sprinting. Hulls is the oldest at 24. Pohi 19 on the inside. Van Rooyen is 17. Vanita 18. Goldsmith 17. We saw Charlotte competing earlier in the long jump as well.
Yeah, pretty impressive from Georgia. Straight out of the blocks, up to speed. You can see why she's the number 2 all-time in the 200 metres. And, you know, shows the depth that we've got tonight in the 100 metres, that she's relegated to the B final. But it'll be interesting because these are timed finals. To see that time, it could still stack up in terms of places for the weekend. Now, but here's the big one.
That's the reason why Georgia's running in that second final. Look at that for a field. Summerfield, Lane, Edwards, Connolly, Hobbs, Masters, Lewis, Percy. That's top draw.
Amazing.
That's top draw. 5 Aussies, 3 Kiwis. All eyes will be on the lady in lane number 5. There's some serious experience there. Connolly and Masters have been involved in Commonwealth Games and relays. Summerfield will be feeling a little bit like Rosie Elliott, a little bit steamed with the way that relay went. She ran the first leg of the change. So it's going to be Brooke Summerfield in lane number 1 for New Zealand. Ebony Lane and Christy Edwards, lanes 2 and 3 for Australia. Ella Connolly, she's lane 4. There you see Zoe Hobbs getting ready. She'll be in lane number 5. Bree Masters of Australia in lane number 6. Tori Lewis of Australia in lane 7. Anna Percy, New Zealand, in lane number 8. There she is, Zoe Hobbs. 10.97, the Sydney Track Classic.
So it looks like no Tori Lewis on the start line, so a shame not to see the youngster back again.
All eyes on lane number 5. See, a little bit damp underfoot. 10-2 from Jake Doran. Oh, there was a false start. Was that Christy Edwards just staggering out? Well, they all have to go back and reload. Looking at lane number 3. Yeah.
Yeah, clear movement there from Edwards. It was almost like the ponytails were blowing in the wind as well. So, you know, out the corner of your eye, you can see that movement, and that can just get those nerves and those muscles that are ready to fire a bit twitchy. And so a shame for Edwards to have to sit out this one. But still, we've got 6 very speedy ladies lining up.
So, no Edwards, no Lewis. All eyes lane 5. And away. Good start, Zoe Hobbs. Straight away, she's got her breaking into her work. Connolly's trying to go with her at the moment, but Hobbs starts to move away. Coming through nicely is Bree Masters. At time, I don't know if it's going to trouble her New Zealand record. It looked like there was 10s as she went across, but as the coach Hayden Sherman pointed out, those clocks in terms of the time, a little bit of disparity. She doesn't look anywhere near as fizzed up as what she was Saturday night in Sydney. does Zoe Hobbs.
Yeah, and she said, after the national record at the national champs, it was hard emotionally to, bring her feet back down to sea level and get ready for Sydney. And then she came out and went sub-11. So how do you come back down from that? Well, this is how you do it. Look, she's absolutely steaming her way to the finish line.
As she's gone over, it stopped there. You can see it at 10.7. Okay, now, as Hayden pointed out, when Jake Doran went over, it was about 9.9. He ended up running 10.1. So we'll sit and we'll wait and see if we can get times here. You can already see that.
I've already hit refresh multiple times on my browser.
I think everybody is going to be hitting multiple times. Well, Sarah Cowley-Ross is down there, and I think she's already managed to snaffle Zoe Hobbs. I don't know who's quicker, Zoe Hobbs or Sarah Cowley-Ross. Let's head down there.
Well, I've got Zoe Hobbs here. She's been a sensation all summer, and tonight she delivered again. Zoe, congratulations. How did it feel?
Thank you. Sort of messed up the start in that race, and I started to rise a little too early, which didn't allow me to accelerate for as long as I hoped for, but it's another run under my belt, and I'm just having fun out here racing.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Talk to us last weekend, first time under sub-11, 10.97. Have you had time to sort of process that?
It's been a pretty crazy 2 weeks, and I've been riding an emotional high, and I've been quite flat leading into this week, and I think that's why I just didn't have too much expectation tonight. I just wanted to have fun, execute a race. Unfortunately, didn't quite execute it the way I wanted to, but again, I'm just here to have fun, and it's nice to run at a home track, and yeah.
And nice to run against the Aussie girls over this side of the ditch. You're constantly going over there, but you're the big dog. So great to have them on your home patch.
Yeah, 100%. And it's been several years since they've come here, and so it's nice to get them across to New Zealand. And they're such great competition and friends as well. So it's cool to have them here.
Now, unfortunately, the relay tonight we didn't quite get the baton round. I know it must be frustrating for you waiting for that last change, but talk us through that relay process.
Yeah. We wanted to prioritise the relay at the start just to give ourselves a good chance. Usually the relay comes after the hundreds, where everyone has already blasted their first 100, and then they come flat by the time it comes to the relay, but unfortunately we didn't quite get it around, but we'll try harder next time.
Yeah, good in theory. Drama at the start. How do you refocus when someone does have a false start like that? It must upset you somewhat.
Yeah, I'm quite used to it now. It just is what it is. Hundreds are a massive mental game, and so you just got to block it out and just refocus and treat it like there wasn't a false start before that.
Well, you did mention you have had just the most crazy 2 weeks, from nationals, your first season opener, boom, national record, boom, under 11 seconds wind assisted, then under 11 seconds legal. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, I just wanted to have fun with the rest of the competitions that are left for the domestic season. I opened quite late, so there hasn't been a lot for me to actually get out there and race in, so I've only got Brisbane left after this for the domestic, but there's an exciting international season coming up, and so I'm really wanting to get after that. And Paris window's opening very soon in July, so that's the next big priority for me, is stamping that qualifier there.
Very exciting. Well, tonight I know a lot of people came out here specifically to watch you. I know a lot of people are watching at home, a lot of young girls, young boys. I know that brings a sense of emotion, but what does it mean to you that you are inspiring a new generation of athletes out there?
Well, I love it, and I would love to see so many more kids get out there. We see so many in Colgate Games, which is our junior kids athletics, but we don't really see retention in our sports. I would love to see more carrying on into their teenage years and into their senior years, and show that it is possible even in sprinting, which is a non-traditional event for us.
Well, you've certainly shown it's possible, and we thank you for that. Thank you for entertaining us throughout the season. It's been a short window, but it's been so good, and we wish you all the best in your lead up to Budapest and nailing that qualifying for Paris. Zoe Hobbs, winner of the women's 100 metres.
It's been fascinating to listen to Zoe Hobbs, and we've probably got a little different perspective on that conversation, Hayden, because we've just had the time come up. So she ran 10.97 in Sydney. Now she said, I just wanted to come out and execute, and I didn't get the start right. She's run 11.02
with a tailwind of 1.3 metres per second.
Okay, so and she's
second best time ever.
I didn't quite get
by a Kiwi.
I didn't quite get the start right. I think she's going to go back and she's going to have a look at that and just kind of go, because Bree Masters, she's gone a PB here. Brooke Summerfield has equalled PB and season's best. So it's an interesting change almost in the mindset there of Zoe Hobbs. She runs 11. She's run, as you say, second fastest legal time. It's going, I just wanted to come out and do a good performance. I'd be fascinated now if we went back down and asked her again. Now she knows the time. Wonder what the reaction would be.
True Taranaki understatedness. That's how I put it down to. But yeah, she's the absolute humble performer, and like Sarah Kelly-Ross was saying, she's such an inspiration to young New Zealanders, whether you're a sprinter or a track and field athlete or whatever you do. Seeing that a Kiwi can do it and compete with the top woman in the world. And what is, 100 metres, it's one of the only true global sports on the planet. I always say there's football and then there's running. And she is right up there in the top in the world.
Well, right now, this is, as we watch Lisa Adams, I will probably take control of keeping an eye on the shot put, because we are right now heading into the absolute wheelhouse of Hayden Sherman. 2 5,000 metre races to finish the track program at the Sir Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourt Cooper & Co. We greatly appreciate them and all of our sponsors for their involvement. That includes Trust, The Hits, Go Media, Douglas Pharmaceuticals as well. It's wonderful to have all of the involvement of all of those sponsors. It's the reason why these events can continue to take place and we can continue to enjoy them. As we see this good, what would you describe it? Hayden, would you describe it as a solid 5,000 metre field, as we see Dame Valerie Adams lift some child upside down and give her a bit of a shake?
Absolutely. I'm actually really excited to see how this goes, and I wonder if Laura Nagel has been brought in for pacemaking duties. I'm unsure, but who we have here is the number 2 Kiwi all-time, Camille French, or otherwise known Camille Buskin, before she got married to her husband, Cameron. So this will be interesting. So Laura goes straight to the front, so she's obviously been brought in for pacemaking duties, and it'll be just fascinating to see how Camille goes. She had a good solid 5,000 metres last year, and remember she had a baby, when was it? I want to say mid 2022.
Latish, I think you'll find. Yeah.
Latish,
yeah.
So at the end of last year, she ran 16:34, which is absolutely incredible. Anika Grogan, who's just sitting there on the left, she won that race, the night of fives in Auckland, to kind of kick off the domestic season. And that was in a time of 16:11. So it'll be interesting to see what task Laura Nagel has been given to take these women around. So it is Laura, Anika Grogan, and then Camille French tucked in there in third place.
Okay, if you were involved in the setup of this particular race, you brought Laura Nagel in, what sort of instructions would you be? Tell us how the pacemaking is set. Is Laura going to the likes of Anika and Camille and saying, hey, what are you looking at? What sort of times? Tell us how the pacemaking sort of setup works as we watch these early laps of this 5,000.
Yeah, I imagine they've said to her some sort of time starting with a 16 is the goal time. So you'd probably be looking for about 3 minutes 20 per kilometre, something along those lines. So once they go through 1K, we'll keep a little tab on that. But it's actually perfect distance running conditions. Winds are relatively very light, as you heard from our Aussie sprinters. Temperatures are cool, and it stopped raining, so it's actually a good night to get in a good 5,000 metres.
Quick update, you just saw there before Atamaama Tuutavaiva with her 5th throw, which she fouled out. She's currently 2nd at the moment in the women's shot put standing. It's being led by Madison Lewishi, whose opening throw of 18.91 still stands. She followed that with 18 metres 79. And she's had a couple of fouls there, you see her.
Just short of 8 metres there.
Another national championship in Wellington. Great speed, holds the balance. Nice little line drive there. That's going to be in that 18 metre zone again, late 18s possibly. So Natalia Rankin-Chita currently sitting 3rd, Nadia Kimitic sitting 4th, Kate Haley 5th, Susie Kennelly is in 6th, and Brianna Stevenson, she's currently sitting in 7th spot. 19 metres 11 from Madison Lewishi with this throw. As we get a look on the replay, nice speed, you see her whipping that right leg around, trying to generate the pace.
So
line drive down the left-hand side there. So 19, over 19 metres for Madison Lewishi for the first time tonight. And that's the thing you want to see, that nice, consistent. Every time she comes out, you want to see her throwing over 19, trying to creep a little bit closer. I guess that magical next mark for her is going to be the 20 metres as we watch the leading trio in the 5,000 metre women.
So I didn't get a split at 1K, but it was around about 3:20. So it seems to be sort of a mid-16 clocking is what has been asked for by Annie and Camille. And it's really great to have Camille back. She really is behind Kim Smith, our all-time great long-distance runner from New Zealand. Well, you'd call her sort of a long middle distance runner. So it's great to have her coming back to form after giving birth. And then Annie Grogan, she's been having a fantastic summer. Competed at the World Cross Country in the mixed team relay, and then picked up a gold in the senior women's steeples, silver in the 5,000, and then what else did she do over the weekend? I'm sure she did something else. Probably went in a 4x400.
She probably catered the event as well, based on what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, as I say, wonderful to see. Of course, part of the Bays Babes, as they call themselves, that wonderful group that Nagel really drives over there as part of that wonderful club on the North Shore of Auckland. They're just nice, steady at the moment. Nagel quite happy just to sort of do the work and just get a wee look as you see some of the flags now just barely fluttering in the background. Here's Lisa. There again, straight down the middle, and see a little bit of a shake of the head. Still performing very well. Is Lisa talking to herself? She currently leads at the moment with a 14.68. That was her 4th. That was her last throw. That was 14.27. So Lisa Adams will win that with 14.68. Caitlin Dory with 8.53, and Shannon Murphy 3rd. And the women's para shot with 7.88. Once again, a quick check of the watch there from your pacemaker, Laura Nagel.
You're doing a great job, Laura, leading these two women around the track. And, you know, why are they setting a pace? Well, ranking points come into it here, and not just for the place, but also for the time. So setting up a good time is key, and we'll see that in the senior men's race next, which will be the final race on the track for the evening. But helping to take some of the load early on is key, and it looks like Laura's just peeling off now as they go through 2K in 6:33. So definitely looking at something in the low 16s off that kind of a pace.
That's a good night work for Lauren Ogle. Remember that she has competed in the women's 1,500 metres, finishing 3rd in that event. Bust out a nice little 2K, and Camille French quite happy just to sit on the shoulder there as we see some of our other athletes working their way down the back straight.
It'll be interesting to see if these two take turns sharing that lead, pulling each other onto a fast time. But at the moment, Annie Grogan happy to move to the front as they continue to lap it out. So 12.5 laps makes up your 5,000 metres.
Just tell, by the way, as well, Brianna Stevenson, the reason why she's only had 4 throws in the shot put is because I believe she's now down and competing in the women's javelin. So one of our wonderful multi-eventers. Susie Keneally's finished her 6 throws in the women's shot put, her best 12 metres 38. We've got Kate Halley's finished hers. She had a foul on her last, so her best was her second throw. That was 12 metres 39. Nadia Kumarich as well. She finished with 11.85. So her best was her third round effort of 12.65. We've just seen another foul as well from Natalia Rankin-Cheetah. So her throw of 15.08 will be the best for Natalia. At the Mahama Tutafaiva, getting ready for her final throw. Her best so far has been 15.99, and there she is from the Kingdom of Tonga. Tutafaiva. Encouragement coming in. She cranked one out over 16. Big finish. Oh, just lost the balance and a smile there. That's not a bad performance though from Atamama Tutafaiva. 15.99, and that means the next one up will be Madison Lee Wishy with the final throw of the event. We've seen Jacko Gill with a personal best, 22 metres 12 to win the men's shot put. Comfortable win by Jacko. As we continue to watch, there she is, Madison Lee Wishy. Just gets the brace in place, fingers taped. Rocking the cap, no sunnies tonight. Final throw. He rips that leg around. Ooh, that's not a bad one to finish. Did she stay there?
She really muscled that one. You could tell by how it really sent her across the circle. It looked like it is out beyond 18 metres something.
Well, her last throw was 19.11, which was her best of the competition to finish. Let's have a listen. 18 metres 97 for Maddie Wishy. So that's a nice finish for Maddie as we head back to the 5,000. It's the Grogan and French show at the moment.
So still keeping on pace, those two women, after Laura had dropped out. So that kilometre 3:18, which will have them, if they can stick at that kind of pace, get them coming in just a tick under 16:30. So the all-important 4th kilometre now. Can they keep that pace nice and honest?
You see the results of the para with Lisa Adams with the victory, 14.68. And there we see them. And Camille quite happy for Nika Grogan just to do a little bit of the work in front there. Now she puts a bit of a move on.
And it is a little bit of a move. I thought it was going to be a little change in the lead and just swapping out the lead, but it's definitely a move here by Camille. Annie, who always has a smile on her face, is happy to just at the moment let Camille go. So Camille really putting her foot down with around about a mile to go still left in this race.
Just a quick update as well from the men's javelin. At the moment it's Capers Williamson of the United States who leads with an opening throw of 67 metres 78. Doibotis of New Zealand, 61.98. Nathan Buckley is third, 53.64. Then Aaron Booth, 51.41. Brad Bidwar, 48.91. And Max Atwell, 41 metres, 41 centimetres. But a big push here from Camille French. Camille French, I should say. Sure. Cameron, if he's not here with Bub, will be sitting, watching. Lovely wedding they had out Raglan. Officiated by the local legends out there, Graeme Minty Mead.
Just Camille looking pretty comfy, looking like her old self. Good to see her stepping on the gas, winding up through the gears. Looked like she was composed for that first 3 and a bit kilometres, and now maybe coach's instructions were to just see how the first 3K go and then see how you feel at that point. If you feel good, switch it on. And she has here 3 laps to go.
She starts to lap some of the other competitors. And Capers Williamson with a foul in his third throw of the men's javelin. So the conclusion of this, we've still got the men's 5,000 to go. That'll complete our evening. This wonderful event, the Graeme Douglas International, presented by Harcourt, Coopers & Co. Again, wonderful thanks to Douglas Pharmaceuticals, Harcourt, Coopers & Co., the Trust, the Hits, Go Media, all the wonderful supporters, all the great volunteers who come out as well. They've had as big a season, some of the volunteers, as some of the athletes in terms of being at these major events. So some of the lesser known events as well, they're there helping, doing their part for this wonderful boom again in New Zealand track and field as the depth just continues to grow. And it's great when you see the young athletes coming through. It's also great when you see some of our seasoned athletes come away, come back again.
Absolutely. So Camille French, she's definitely stepped up the pace. That last K was 3:13, and that's more like 16 flat pace. So 2 laps to go now.
Well, let's head down to the shot put circle, and Sarah Cowley-Ross is with the winner. No, just one moment. We're just teeing that up at the moment. We'll continue to watch Camille for a moment, but not too far away from Maddie Wishy. Let's go now. They are ready down there. So here's Sarah Cowley-Ross.
Well, I've got Madison Wishy here. She's fresh off another win in the women's shot put. She's got a cool drink bottle / slushy cup. Were you happy with today, Maddie?
Yeah, I was happy. You always want a little bit more, but I'm happy with anything over 19, so I'll take the win today.
Yes, you will. Now, no sunglasses today, but a bit of a hat on your head. Talk us through that.
It's a bit too dark for the sunnies with an 8 o'clock comp, so I opted for the hat, and little Tame Impala hat, so yeah.
Well, Maddie, it's been a great season. You know, a couple of throws over 19, but you have trained through a bit as well. What's next on the cards for you?
Back to training is next on the cards. We're wanting to get away to prep for World Champs, so back into the gym, back in the circle, no rest.
No rest. Well, you've got a big year ahead of you. Budapest on the horizon later, but will you go over to Europe early and get some comps in?
We're hoping to go over early. We're not too sure on the schedule just yet, but if I can get over there just before Budapest and get some comps out and compete up against some of the women, it'll be great.
Now, Hayden Sherman and I talked over Nationals about your sunglasses, the different choices, and we put it out there, maybe a sunglass sponsor was out there. Have we had any offers so far?
We haven't had any offers, but if anybody wants to sponsor me, has got a sunglasses company, I am open ears and anything.
Open eyes, actually, open space. Madison Wishy, all the best for the international calendar this year. It's been a pleasure to watch you out here, and we can't wait to see you in action in Budapest. Hopefully all going well, but congratulations on the win tonight.
Ross, I tell you what, there's also a T-shirt sponsor in there as well. No rest to Budapest.
Oh,
Hashtag
yeah,
maybe. Call us home in this one here.
All right, so here she comes, Camille French. Coming back from having a baby. She's got 100 metres to run. This will be a post-baby PB, that's for sure. Really good finish from Camille. She turned it on with about 1,800 metres to go, and she's really accelerated. Remember, we were looking at a time of around 16:30, 16:40 early on, so she's brought that way down. Great acceleration from Camille. She is definitely getting back to some form. Her personal best, of course, is 14:58, so still a little bit to go to get back there, but this is good signs that things are definitely heading in the right direction.
She still looks like there's plenty left in the tank, and again, it almost looks as though it was partially a bit of a design training run. There still looks like there's a lot more there as we wait for Anika Grogan to come through in second spot.
Yeah, it definitely did, and by the way that it was run, the fact that it wasn't flat tack from the gun, as Annie comes through, and she just bided her time, running sort of 3:18, 3:20s per K. And then just waiting till 2/3 through the race to really crank things up. So it'll be fascinating to see how 2023 unravels and if the French family have any overseas plans. As we see young Sophie Robb on screen, one of the local Auckland girls.
So Camille French, as Hayden alluded to there, 33 years young, and that's still this. If you're sitting there going, oh, yeah, no, plenty of time in the world of middle and long distance. What's the percentage she's come out? She's had a wee crack at half marathons or something. Do you think that could be something maybe that she sees maybe in the future as well, moving into those, into the half, maybe even a full marathon some point down the line?
Yeah, you tend to go longer as you age, and that endurance kicks in from the years of training. As we see the start list, this is going to be a goodie for the men's 5,000. But yeah, I imagine the focus for her will be towards the roads, turning that track speed that she's got, that endurance that she's built up over the years, and then the mum strength that is just unbeatable, to apply that to the half marathon and marathon. So yeah, watch this space with Camille. Be very exciting to see, and we've got a great field lining up in this boys 5,000 metres.
Get a look here at Brianna Stevens. Another event. She's on the javelin, as I say, another one of our wonderful multidiscipline athletes. Great talent. Getting yourself set for her next throw in the javelin. He's just speared up on her a little bit. Here comes Sophie Robb through. Just 17 years of age. That young lady, and doing a 5,000 in just a tick over 19 minutes. Here we see the men's javelin, how it sits at the moment. That's Capers Williamson out of the US, leading 67.78. Botas 61.98 out of New Zealand. Nathan Buckley 53.64. You see a couple of our, again, great multi-eventers decathletes that we saw. Means Jess Bell leading at the moment. And sadly, no Tori Peters, as we said, a little bit of an injury from training earlier in the week, and so she withdrew. She is here this evening, though. Abby Moody, Alice Taylor, and Brianna Stevenson. Again, those bottom two, again, very good multidiscipline athletes. There is Alice. Nice little throw there.
Yeah, Alice Taylor had a wonderful weekend in the high jump. It was one of the highlights of the meet, seeing her win the senior women's high jump, and she's heading over to Rice University to join her sister over there, who's a high jumper as well. So the Lookout United States, the Taylor sisters, are coming for you as we see the 5,000 boys, and we're going to drop down to an interview with Camille, is with Sarah.
Well, it's her first race with her new married name, Camille French. Congratulations, winner of the women's 5K tonight. How did it feel out there?
No, it was really good. Yeah, it felt good. It was nice to race my first proper race as the French, so it was good. And the weather was pretty good, actually. Yeah, it was a good race.
Now, 9 months ago tomorrow, your daughter arrived in the world, Sienna. What's it like now racing as a mum?
Yeah, it kind of weirdly feels like, doesn't feel like it didn't happen, but it kind of just feels like turning up here like how I do other years. And then I'm like, oh, that's right. It's really cool. She's actually with my sister at the moment. It was a bit late for her, but it's really cool, and she makes the whole journey a lot more fun. She's very fun, very cool, very fun baby. So we're lucky to have. Yeah, it's been good with my training, and she's, I don't know, seems to kind of fit in really well. So it's been a really good 9 months actually.
Well, amazing to see you back out here racing. We know you're building post-recovery after giving birth and, becoming a new mum. Sienna is an amazing baby. I've seen her in the gym at Cambridge. She's so well behaved. But Camille, what's next for you in your return?
So basically, kind of from now on, I've just been building up to full training. I'm almost there. So basically, this was kind of a builder race, and then we're kind of going full on between now and my next main race is in July. I'm going to do a half marathon in the Gold Coast, and so that's kind of the next goal, is like pushing it out a bit longer. Yeah, so in, I don't know how many weeks, 15 or so, something like that. Yeah.
Well, it's awesome to see you on the track tonight, dominating the women's 5K. Congratulations on your new name, married life to Cam French, and on your baby. 9 months out, Earthside tomorrow.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. It's been really fun. Yeah.
Mel French.
Thank you very much to Sarah Carley-Ross there, as we see now the start of the 5,000 metres as Hayden Sherman gets the slide rule out, starts looking at the calculations in terms of times, and we see Russell Green actually leading them out again. We're looking at probably a pacemaking situation here with Russell.
Yeah, it's probably Russell Green and then Cam Avery just tucked in behind him, who have probably been called in to do some pacemaking duties for the boys. So Julian Oakley is, I imagine, the leader on the track in terms of the race itself, as they go through 400 metres in 68 seconds. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of the pace that we're looking at. So it's about a tick over 14 minutes pace for the 5,000 metres. So it looks to me like we've got Julian Oakley tucked in behind Cam Avery, and then Connor Melton, and then Matthew Taylor. And then Christian Duval, who we didn't see in the 1,500 metres earlier, is wearing the Pakuranga white, blue and red singlet. So they're your top 6 at the moment. Very early stages as the train starts to chug around this Waitakere Stadium.
Russell Green out of the Whippets running club. The Whippets running group. I'm not sure what the correct terminology to use for that is.
I think it's a project. Whippets running project. I might be corrected. Someone from Whippets jump into the comments section.
The WRP sounds very cool. The Whippets running project. I like that. So it is Russell Green at the moment leading it out. Tell us a little bit more about young Christian Duval, an 18-year-old. He's got a best over 5K of around about 14 minutes. Here over 14 minutes. Those sort of times in terms of translation, impressive, solid, steady. How would you describe it for an 18-year-old running 14:12s?
Yeah, Christian Duval really burst onto the scene on a very muddy, wet day in Hawera a year and a half ago at the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross-country champs, where he kind of came from nowhere in terms of those who weren't in the know amongst the Pakuranga athletics community. But he took out that title as a year 12, came back last year and won the title again. But certainly stamped his mark as the junior runner to beat. There's a lot of other guys there, the likes of Carson Vesti, Alfie Steedman, who are putting up their hand as well. But definitely Christian Duval has set the bar for the junior boys to try and match. He's one of a handful of young blokes. We saw James Ford earlier in the 400. He doubles in the 400 and 800. So they're the sorts of guys who we expect to head off to the States, really learn their craft over there and start dropping some really, really speedy times. But it'll be interesting to see what he does tonight.
Well, at the moment it continues to be Russell Green out of the Whippets running project. WRP even got time just to run the hands through the hair there. There's Russ.
Yes.
Cruising along quite nicely. You're looking at the splits there, Coach. What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
Yeah, so it's about 250 per kilometre. So that is set for about a 14:10, which for Julian Oakley, I think his PB is 13:29 off the top of my head from the night of fives. That was back in December, so that will be very comfortable. So for him, it's not a matter of how fast can I go tonight. He'll be more running for the win tonight. But behind him, there really is a log jam of boys who want to go sub 14, and that's a real magic barrier to crack through for a distance runner. And so a lot of these guys, if this pace can be just right, so just sort of around those 250s, maybe a tick under, and then kicking home from there, we could see some big PBs for a lot of these boys who are lining up behind Cam Avery in first place and Julian Oakley in second, Connor Melton third.
Oakley looking very comfortable. As you see them, a nice lock. It's the only event in town now. At the moment, the entire stadium needs to be focused on them, although I'm still sure there's a bit of activity down by the javelin, as we try and get a little bit of an update with regards to where that is currently standing at the moment. I think that one is complete. Just wait for those, and we'll bring you those results as it stands. Jess Bell out of Australia, the best of 49.54 in the women's competition. And in the men's, it was Capers Williamson out of the States. Throw just under 68. Avery continues to lead. Oakley just sitting. Here we go back to Brianna. This is fourth attempt. We'll bring those numbers to you as we continue to focus on the final track event, 5,000 metres, and Avery leading comfortably. Oakley just having a little bit of a look around. He looks pretty relaxed and comfy sitting in the trail there.
Yeah, Connor Melton looking good there as well. So he picked up the bronze medal in the 5,000 at the National Champs just 10 days ago, running a PB in that event with a 14:10, which is the exact pace they're running at the moment. So PB potential for Connor, who's been having a good couple of weeks so far. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 athletes all lined up. Cam Avery happy to do the pacemaking jobs at the front of the race. Cam Avery had a wonderful day at World Cross at Bathurst a month ago, where he was the top performed Kiwi in the senior men's. Matthew Taylor was also over there representing.
And we see Alice Taylor. Last throw we saw from her, well, that was a 33.95 metre effort. So the officials continuing to work hard in our final field event. He just looks so relaxed, looks so in control of how he wants this run, not looking fussed or flustered in any way, shape or form.
Cam Avery gritting his teeth as we saw in the 1500. Doesn't have the best poker face. Where's the pain on the face? As opposed to Julian Oakley, he just looks like he's out for a Sunday jog. Matthew Taylor just tucked in on the rail behind Connor and Julian. And then it's Christian Duval. And then the three Whippets runners at the back, keeping an eye on proceedings.
So just nice and steady. Come back to Moody over at the javelin. Just short, Abby. So far her best was a 41.37. Oakley just nice and comfortable. Now it looks as though Avery starting to drift to the side.
Yeah, he's taken them through 3K and a bit. Clicks the watch. And was that David Lee stepping off?
Yeah, it was another one stepping off as well, David Lee. Now let's see what happens.
All right, so 5 athletes left in the runnings. You've got the experience of Julian Oakley, 5,000 metre champion, 3,000 metre champion.
Go back to Jess Bell. Leading, still with that throw of 49.54.
So William Little just bringing up the rear of that pack of 5 men. And if anything, it looks like the pace might have just gone on a tad. So I'll keep an eye and check when they come through 4K.
So that's Oakley in front, Milton second, Duval third, Taylor, Little. That's your leading quintet in the 5,000 metres. Oakley really just looking so cool, so composed. Mind you, there's some pretty nice running going in behind. It's not like Melton looks like he's panicking in any way, shape or form here, coach. And Duval, belying his 18 years, he's looking pretty relaxed and mellow too.
Yeah, I think for both of them, they know that they can hold this pace, and they've just been beautifully paced by the pacemakers that we've had today. You couldn't ask for much better, really. It's just been 68-second laps all day long so far, and it's that even pace where you can just allow your body to find the rhythm. And then once you've found that rhythm, it's actually really hard to get out of that rhythm, which is exactly where you want to be if you sort of want to be time trialed to a new personal best.
As we see the men's competition, there you see the 100 metres. Zoe Hobbs just joining us. 11.02. And she muffed the start, apparently. The wind speed plus 1.3. So in terms of the legalities, no issues there. We're just seeing a wee bit of a break here. Oakley, Melton, Duval, just garnering a few metres there on Taylor and Little. So as they come through, 800 metres to go, and this one coming through just under 12 minutes. There's Aaron Booth launching. So it remains still the visitor from the United States, and Capers Williamson leading with 67 metres 78. Aaron Booth has been pretty consistent around the 50-metre mark as we watch Oakley, Milton and Duval. As we start to get to the real nitty-gritty of this one. Still 600 to go. So round the top bend.
Yeah, great pacemaking right from the start, and now Julian Oakley's just gone to the front, and he's kept this pace ticking along. 68 seconds per lap.
There's Nathan Buckley. Nathan's best throw so far was a 53.64, his first effort. Now Oakley, can he break them over the last? They go through, take the bell in around 13s.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if anyone can crack a 60-second lap. It's a hard ask after the work they've done, but Christian Duval now coming up to try to challenge Julian Oakley, who's starting to move through the gears. Melton looks like he's just been dropped a little bit, but Christian Duval holding tough as Julian Oakley shows him how to do a kick over the last 400 metres. Here we go.
That's a 30-year-old and an 18-year-old. And this is a great wee battle with 200 to go. Here comes the experience. He's like, what were you thinking, young pup? Really? You're going to stick with me? Don't think so. This has been a delightful display, Hayden Shearman, of distance running. You can't say any more than that. This is beautiful.
Yeah, you can really see the class of this young man, and he's been training with Sam Tanner, so some of that kick is definitely wearing off. So here he comes, Julian Oakley. He's your 5,000 metre champion, and he wins tonight in the 5,000. Tick under 14 minutes, I get it. And was that a huge resurgence from Matthew Taylor coming from nowhere?
Well,
epic finishing.
Well, Matt Taylor, I think, might be in and around his PB, but I think you'll find that Christian Duval has taken around 7 to 8 seconds off his personal best, which was 14.12. He's come in around 14.3, 14.4. That's a wonderful effort from the 18-year-old, but he's a savvy vet for a reason, Julian Oakley. And that's just a delightful piece of distance running.
And it was actually really good for the other guys to have him towing them round at a nice even time. And here we see this finish. Matt Taylor surging through for a PB and a second place. Christian Duval will have to settle for third. But where did Matt Taylor come from? I want to get a split on that last 400. My gosh, he came from nowhere.
He has absolutely flown it. Interested to see these times as they come through, because I think you'll find, as we say, Matt Taylor around that 14.4. I think you'll find, as I say, Christian Duval could have taken anywhere between 8 to 10 seconds off his personal best. Julian Oakley, just lovely display as Stevenson. Gets that one to stick. So I'm sure Coach will keep an eye on the times for us as that comes through. As we sit here at the moment trying to get the information through from the javelin. We have a few issues with. Let's go down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, actually, who's got another interview for us here.
Well, I've got Julian Oakley here, fresh off his win in the 5K. He's had a great season so far, but you're happy with tonight, Julian?
Yeah, aim was just to get the win. I don't think the pace was too hot from the start, which I've kind of been used to this season, so it was nice to sort of sit in and run like 8:30 for the first 3K and then test myself from the front.
You have had a change in coaching setup now with Craig Kirkwood. How's that going for you?
Yeah, it's been great, obviously, based in Tauranga. Got, one of the best coaches in New Zealand and the best 1500 metre, one of the best 1500 metres runners in the world. So to train with those guys is pretty awesome, and yeah, it's pretty humbling training with Sam on the track sometimes.
Well, I think it's humbling training with you as well, actually. Talking about 8 minutes for 3Ks. Now, talk us through, when will we see you over 5K again, and will you head off overseas shortly?
Yeah, that's sort of up in the air. I'll talk to Craig and see what he thinks, maybe to the US in the next few months. But yeah, nothing planned, so we'll sort of have to put our heads together and see what the plan is.
And just a comment on your training partner, Sam Tanner, who you mentioned before. Incredible season, pretty much ran all over the world, was with you at World Cross as well, in outside of Melbourne, and then at the Melbourne Maury Plant meeting. Just a reflection on his season.
It's awesome to follow and to be able to follow so close as well. And we spent 10 days together in Aussie. He's just a great kid, and what he's doing is, I don't think he really gets the appreciation for how good he is in New Zealand. But yeah, it's awesome to see someone like him from Papamoa, just down the road from me, tearing it up on the world stage. It's really cool.
Well, awesome that you're in that group now. Go well over the next few months in whatever race preparation you have and whatever race you end up getting into, but we wish you luck and congratulations on the win tonight.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Sarah Cowley-Ross there with Julian Oakley, and just while that interview was taking place, I see Hayden Sherman, as is his wont, he's fired up the computer, having a look at the road to Budapest, or no rest to Budapest, I think is what we've coined it now, as we get our last look.
The quest to Budapest.
The quest to Budapest, that works as well.
There's
too.
all sorts of things we can do.
You were just having a look. I saw the name Oakley pop up. I saw the name Beamish pop up as well. What were you looking at, Coach?
So just looking up so it's a wonderful little stat, and for the viewers at home, you can jump on World Athletics, scroll to Stats Zone, and then scroll down in that menu item to Road to Budapest. And there you'll be able to select various events and just search for NZL to find the Kiwis in that event, and you'll see where they're currently standing. So right now in the 5,000 metres, we've got George Beamish sitting in 17th place, and this is, keep in mind that a lot of the Northern Hemisphere athletes haven't opened up yet, so there's still a bit of movement to happen. But right now, Geordie Beamish sitting in 17th place. Down in 24th place, Julian Oakley is sitting there. So most likely today we'll be giving a few extra points to Julian's cause, and like he said, he'll need to sit down with Coach Craig Kirkwood and do the maths and work out where he needs to go in order to potentially book a place in Budapest. And incidentally, the entry standard, which would all but book you the ticket, is 13:07, which would be beating Adrian Blinco's national record by a couple of seconds.
And it would require Julian to take, we're talking 23, 24 seconds off his PB in order to be able to punch that ticket as well.
Yeah, and those standards are sort of set so you can kind of get the top 12 in the world through on that standard, and then the remainder of the field which I believe for the 5,000 metres would be something around about 42, 48, something like that. Don't quote me on that one.
Well, it's another example about the way the qualifications for these big events, Budapest World Championships coming up later this year, and of course all eyes as well looking ahead to another one of the pinnacles, the Olympic Games in Paris in 2024 too, and an opportunity for people to try and get a little bit of a sight to see what they need to do. It was interesting to hear him talk about, wanting to have that conversation with the coach. How many of those tough conversations where it's kind of like, mate, maybe this one we're going to have to pass on if we maybe need to reset and just look solely a year out. Some of those conversations must be incredibly tough to have as a coach with an athlete and vice versa.
Absolutely. And not just single athletes. We saw our 4x1 team drop the baton, unfortunately. They've got big hopes this year, and so they'll need to regroup as a team to say, look, could we get to Budapest? What do we need to do? So all those things come into play as we see Aaron Booth, former World Unis decathlon champ, lining up in the javelin. And and so to close out the domestic season, they're the conversations we'll be having. We've got the likes of Connor Bell, who have just been dropping bombs in the discus. Lauren Bruce, who we didn't see tonight in the hammer throw. Tori Peters, who was unable to compete in this javelin competition. So there's probably about 30 athletes in New Zealand right now who are saying, I would love to be at Budapest, and what can I do to get there?
Okay, well, you've been watching this and continue to watch the final moments of the Sir Graeme Douglas International, brought to you by Harcourts Coopers and Co. Great to have your company. A reminder as well that a lot of the track and field is streamed, so you've heard a lot of talk this evening with regards to the Brisbane International, which is coming up, and also the Australian Championships too. There will be live streams on there. You can go and have a look. Wonderful services provided, wonderful broadcast quality. And we do have to say thank you, by the way, to our team here tonight in the stream shop. Dan and Helen and the crew. Chucky doing a great job. Our wonderful camera staff outside as well, all nicely rugged up. And as always, they've done a great job, as they do throughout the New Zealand track and field summer for us. Here's Doi Bortis. Now we're just having again a few issues with regards to the updating of the track of the javelin. So we've got Bortis with his best throw so far of 61.98. Been very consistent, just the one foul throw, that was the third. Everything else is around in that sort of 56 to 59 range. Can he launch one? Again, that's going to be in that sort of 56, 57. Handshakes all round there from Nathan Buckley, who had a best of 53.64. You see Max Outwell has competed in a few events. Well, that really brings down the curtain on the evening here, the Sir Graeme Douglas International, and really brings down the curtain on the New Zealand track and field summer of 2023. But Hayden, just before we depart, just give us your brief thoughts. I mean, it just seems as though, as we said in the opening, records, PBs, there always seem to be something happening at a track and field meeting in New Zealand, in a couple of cases as well, happening in meetings over in Australia with New Zealand athletes. It just seems like it's been a really good domestic summer.
Absolutely. And look, highlights from tonight, I think back to that pole vault competition, which was ridiculously challenging, but Nick Southgate and Eliza McCartney rising to the challenge, and particularly, doing that in tough conditions was really cool. And then the men's long jump competition in particular was just absolutely on fire. We saw a second, equaling second best all time from Shea Veach for the Kiwis, and just 6 centimetres away from hitting that national record. And then finishing up on the track, Zoe Hobbs, number 2 time Oceania all time, and she said she had a bad rough old start, and so what an evening we've been treated to, what a summer we've been treated to, and the summer continues as they skip across the ditch. Our top athletes head over to Aussie, first stop Brisbane, and then the Aussie champs, and then from there the European, North American summer begins.
While the New Zealand summer is finishing, the track and field season is very much just warming up. We thank you so much for your coverage this evening. And joining us here at the Sir Graeme Douglas International has been brought to you by Harcourt, Coopers and Co. Our thanks to the wonderful team at the Stream Shop for their presentation work. On behalf of the crew, the Olympian, Sarah Cowley-Ross, the coach, Hayden Schumann. My name is Nigel Yolden, wishing you a very good evening wherever you are around New Zealand, around the world. Ka kite anō.